Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are calling in from. We are so excited to have you here for the third annual International Cure Conference. My name is Dr. SMI, and I have the distinct pleasure of welcoming you into the Zoom experience today. If you are here from Nigeria, please post something in the chat. Wherever you are calling in from, please introduce yourself. The goal of today is networking. The goal of today is excellence in research and being able to move undergraduate research forward. So, on behalf of all of us here at the International Cure Conference, we want to say a huge welcome to you and to say thank you for joining us. And to give you a proper welcome, we want to introduce the convener of the conference, the originator himself, Professor Dr. George Ude. Dr. Ude.
Thank you so much, Dr. SMI. If you will let me share my PowerPoint, that would be great. Well, I want to thank everyone for joining this wonderful conference. It's an amazing opportunity for us to discuss undergraduate research at a global level. So I will be, just so that I am, very brief, I want to use my PowerPoint a little bit to express why we are here. So again, you are welcome to the third annual International Cure Conference. Somebody will wonder, what is this Cure Conference about? When we say cure, what do we mean? I will get to that point right away. But the theme of our conference is Cure Beyond Classrooms. So we'll be hearing about strengthening undergraduate research capacity through inquiry-based learning and industry collaboration from many of our speakers, because this undergraduate research by itself is not adequate if it does not begin to impact our environment, if it doesn't contribute to industry development, industry activities. We are going to see how we can create a pipeline from undergraduate research to the industry and then to meeting the need of the world in general. So, what is cure? What is cure? What does that mean to you? When people hear cure, they think about disease, curing sickness and stuff like that. It's similar because, again, cure brings solution, the solution that everybody has been looking for. So course-based undergraduate research experience is a high-impact teaching method which provides all students in a course, in a class, the opportunity to conduct research within the regular semester coursework. It promotes hands-on inquiry, critical thinking, collaboration, and early exposure to STEM research. So in essence, a teacher, a professor will create a research project within the course that he's teaching. So that by the end of the semester, every student, irrespective of GPA, whether your GPA is low or high, without discrimination, is able to conduct research. And what that again does is that it exposes students to different areas of research in their field. Like in my biology program, you have immunology, you have microbiology, you have molecular biology, you have zoology, you have botany. By the time a student is graduating, they have experienced research in all those areas. So today I'm happy to announce and to say that we have about 200 institutions represented in our registration list. And I know Nigeria is leading. So give a shout out to Nigerian institutions, 192 institutions from Nigeria, and we have 8 other institutions that are joining us today from other countries. So the countries are here, about 8 different countries, and we have more. We're expecting more people, more countries to join us. Nigeria, India, United States, Ghana, Uganda, Cote d'Ivoire, Zimbabwe, Cameroon are represented prominently in this conference. So what is our goal again? Our target, just to remind you, we are pushing, this conference is pushing for growth of undergraduate research experience. It's also pushing for curriculum redesign to include inquiry-based learning. because many institutions, many people are just teaching our undergraduates and they are getting A's and B's, but they don't know how to do what they are being taught to do after graduation. And the platform for pushing for undergraduate research is CURE, because we see the benefits of CURE above all other methods that have been used. We're also going to be pushing for research infrastructure development because many universities are not building research infrastructure. They build other things, auditoriums for other activities, but not for research. And we're going to be looking for ties and networking between academia and industries. And finally, we emphasize research in our universities in general. It's not only in the sciences, even in psychology, even in English, there's research to do. So without taking much of your time, I want to welcome every single speaker that is here today. This is a bulk. We're going to recognize you individually, but I want to thank you for making time. And that's Dr. Dave Miklos, Dr. Amosu, Dr. Aminta Bro, Dr. Jed Moffett, Dr. Laura Reed, and Honorable Felix Nnamani, the Commissioner for Labor and Employment of Enugu State, Nigeria, the Vice Chancellor of Maduka University, and the Biotechnology Society of Nigeria representative, Professor Christy Oya, all professors, doctors, students, and lecturers present. And above all, I want to welcome my own Vice Chancellor also, Godfrey Okoye University Vice Chancellor, Professor Christian Aneke. I'm not sure if he's here already. If he's not here, thank you all for making time to come. And I'll say, finally, welcome. And thank you for hearing me. So, without wasting time at all, I want to know, I'm not sure the Vice Chancellor of Godfrey Okoye University is heavily engaged this morning. And Professor Oya is supposed to represent him. Is Professor Oya on the line?
No, Prof. She's not here.
She's not here. Okay. I can represent him, but I imagine that he will be here shortly. So whenever he comes, we will do that. So without further ado, I will invite Dr. Aminta Bro to give an opening remark. I will introduce you, Dr. Bro, very briefly. Dr. Aminta H. Bro is the 10th president of Bowie State University, where she leads Maryland's oldest historically Black university, with a bold vision for student success and institutional innovation. With over 30 years of higher education leadership, she has championed entrepreneurial thinking, inclusive excellence, and strategic partnerships that prepare students for a rapidly evolving world. Under her guidance, Bowie State has flourished through innovative teaching, research, and a vibrant global community of scholars and alumni. Dr. Bro has served on national and state advisory boards, including the President's Board of Advisors on HBCUs and Maryland's P20 Leadership Council. Her leadership has been recognized with numerous honors, including the Washington Business Journal's Power 1000 list and 100 list, the Daily Records 2025 Higher Education list, and the Maryland Black Caucus Foundation's 2024 President's Harriet Tubman Award. She holds a PhD in counseling psychology from Temple University and is a graduate of the Harvard Institute for Executive Management. A passionate advocate for equity and opportunity, Dr. Bro continues to pave the way for future generations of leaders. So next we welcome Dr. Bro, President of Bowie State University, for reflections on the power of inquiry-based learning. Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Bro.
Thank you, Dr. Uday. It's a pleasure to be with everyone this morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Oh, wonderful. So I'm so pleased to join you to help bring greetings on behalf of the 6,000 students at Bowie State University, as Dr. Uday said, the oldest HBCU in the state of Maryland, proudly located just outside of Washington, D.C. And so I'm just so pleased to be with you to help welcome you to the third International Cure Conference. Today's convening is made possible through a shared vision of leadership of many dedicated partners, and I do want to begin by acknowledging and expressing my sincere appreciation to our co-hosts and collaborators from Godfrey Okoye, the DNA Learning Center in Nigeria, and all the sponsors, and for each of you for being here today and helping to make this gathering a reality. And I do hope that one day I will have the chance to see you all in person. I'll look forward to that. Here at Bowie State University, our CURE program stands on the shoulders of committed educators and innovators. And I especially want to recognize and thank Dr. Uday for his leadership in making this possible. And Dr. Isamai, as well as Ms. Lisa Welsh in the Department of Natural Sciences, and to all of the BSU faculty, and again to each of you for making this possible for all of us to gather here today. You know, your commitment to inquiry-based learning and international collaboration continues to open doors of opportunity for students across the continents. And so this year, I want you to know this is a very special year for Bowie State University. We're celebrating our 160th anniversary of our founding, having been founded in 1865, at a moment in our nation when our nation was redefining freedom, citizenship, and transformative power of education. From our earliest days in Baltimore, here in Maryland, as a school for training Black teachers, Bowie State University has remained rooted in the belief that knowledge, innovation, and access can change the trajectory of individual lives and entire communities. And so today, research excellence is one of the pillars that defines our institution. And we are we're very proud of an achievement that we reached this year. The Carnegie Research Classification is a huge, prestigious national recognition that affirms our scholarly strength of the faculty here. And they are doing amazing research. And it also honors the impact that our research enterprise is having. Much of our research can be applied to global and societal issues around the world. And it is also a testament to our expanding capacity to contribute solutions, not only to regional, but national and global challenges. And so that designation of the Carnegie classification, it elevates BSU, Bowie State University's visibility, and it strengthens our position to receive greater support from government agencies and the private sector partners, and it reinforces our commitment to advancing cutting-edge research across all disciplines. And so I'm thrilled that we're able to be a part and to help come together with business and industry and researchers as we move forward with our own leadership initiatives here as part of our strategic plan, which is entitled Boldly Forward. We are moving boldly forward, and we need to move boldly forward, each and every one of our organizations and individuals, because you know this is a rapidly changing world. But I strongly believe through programs like this, we have the wherewithal to make an impact, not just for today, but for the generation of learners that are here on our campuses and for those who have yet to come. So importantly, Bowie State University research is not reserved for graduate level scholars. We believe that students should engage in meaningful inquiry from the very beginning of their academic journey, whether through course-based research experiences with the SORI program that we have here, again, with the leadership of Dr. Uday and Dr. Isamai, the Summer Undergraduate Research Institute, and other collaborations help our students to immerse very early on in their academic experience into research and to learn and work alongside our faculty researchers. It provides that hands-on faculty-guided research that is so necessary for students to develop their research skills, but also essential learning skills to be able to analyze and prepare themselves and build self-confidence so that they're able to go out to presentations nationally and internationally. And so these experiences prepare our students to ask critical questions, design experiments, analyze data, and contribute new knowledge long before they graduate. And it makes learning exciting. Our students regularly present their work at national conferences, co-author publications with faculty, and participate in industry and community-based research collaborations that deepen both their learning and their leadership skills. And so across our university, academic strengths span the natural sciences, engineering, computer science, cybersecurity, education, the social sciences, and the arts. Research, discovery, and experiential learning are woven into the fabric of our mission and our vision for the future. And that is why this conference and the global community gathered here, it means so much to us. And I believe it's going to help transform how we work with our students and around research in building the essential skills needed to strengthen our communities and to strengthen our nation and our world. And so the theme, Cure Beyond Classrooms, Strengthening Undergraduate Research Capacity Through Inquiry-Based Learning and Industry Collaboration, it reflects what we know to be true, that students learn best not only by absorbing information, but by creating new knowledge, by exploring, imagining, questioning, and seeking evidence. By working alongside faculty, industry partners, and peers from around the world, students are growing into their self-confidence and becoming problem solvers who can navigate and shape the world ahead. And so here at Bowie State University, experiential learning is a hallmark of our educational experience. And through faculty student research, hands-on inquiry, and engagement with real-world challenges, our students gain essential skills that prepare them for high demand careers, graduate study, and leadership roles in an increasingly, and you know this to be true, a very, very, very complex global landscape. And so we pair this with our second hallmark, which is entrepreneurship. For us, entrepreneurship is about creating a different mindset to be able to innovate, adapt, and imagine new possibilities. The mindset, an entrepreneurial mindset, prepares students not only to launch new ventures, but to lead within organizations, contribute to research teams, and thrive in environments where creativity and agility are just essential to their overall success. And so our partnership that is evidenced here today is so meaningful. It allows us to collaborate with purpose and imagination. And BSU has been honored to play a pivotal role in its growth and advancement, and this conference represents the strength of our shared commitment to expanding research capacity across borders and cultures. So when we work together, I truly believe we can expand access, broaden opportunity, and increase the impact of science and innovation of communities around the world. And so I'm very pleased once again to be able to help welcome you to today's conference. And as we begin today's important work, I'm reminded of the timeless words of Nelson Mandela, who once said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can choose to change the world." So welcome to the conference. Welcome from Bowie State University. And I hope you have a wonderful, very productive, informative, and innovative experience today. Welcome from Bowie State University.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bro, for these amazing remarks. And thank you for your transformational leadership at Bowie State University. Bowie appreciates you, Bowie loves you, and I hope we will get students from all over the world coming to Bowie to join us very soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. So we will move forward, continue with the remarks from Provost Dr. Guy Elaine Amosu. Dr. Amosu is another transformational figure that Bowie State is blessed to have when it comes to building research and research capacity, building research from zero to the best you can get. So I will just say a few things. Dr. Amosu is the Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs at Bowie State University, where he has led transformative efforts to expand research capacity and strengthen institutional infrastructure. With over 25 years of experience in higher education and executive leadership, he previously served as a program director at the National Science Foundation and held faculty and administrative roles at California State Polytechnic University, Humboldt. At BSU, Dr. Mosu spearheaded policies to reinvest indirect grant costs into faculty research, positioned the university for greater competitiveness in securing external funding. His interdisciplinary research includes the design of software-intensive systems and the security of critical infrastructures. One of the projects he led is an NSF-funded Science of Design initiative that brought together scholars across 13 disciplines to integrate design thinking into curricula. He holds a PhD in industrial systems engineering from the university, the technology, this is French, along with degrees in computer science from Université Paris in Dauxfin and the Université Jules Verne de Picardie in France. Please forgive me, I am not French. Dr. Moses' career reflects a deep commitment to innovation, collaboration, and advancing research ecosystems in higher education. So join me to welcome Dr. Mosu to give his remarks.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Good morning, good afternoon, from wherever you're joining, distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners. It is a pleasure to join President Bro and to join your efforts in establishing this platform, which enables educators, researchers, students, and stakeholders to explore the transformative power of research, both within and beyond the classroom. This year, themes here beyond classroom, strengthening undergraduate research capacity through inquiry-based learning and industry collaboration resonate deeply with me. It highlights the intersection of educational research and industry engagement, as well as the potential to generate enduring and actionable outcomes. I would like to briefly share my personal connection with this work that has shaped me professionally to date. Having developed through research in computer science and industrial system engineering, I experienced the traditional research model: one student, one mentor, and one idea at a time, or a small group of students and one idea at a time. While effective, this approach prompted me to consider the following question: how can academia expand research to ensure it's accessible, sustainable, and transformative for a broader population across discipline with tangible societal impact? This question has guided my work as faculty who rose through the rank from assistant professor to full professor, where I led a number of projects funded by the National Science Foundation, but in particular, the Science of Design that Dr. Uday mentioned earlier, the Science of Design program that engaged faculty across 13 disciplines and integrated research into the curriculum. And that, for me, was transformative. The insight gained from these projects shaped my vision and my mission to expand research capacity, strengthen infrastructure, and position institutions to compete more effectively for grants and contracts that support faculty and the research in which they bring their students. And Bowie State is my lab. Here at Bowie State University, we have accomplished quite a lot. I've been here over 14 years. This mission informs our approach to developing a robust research ecosystem beyond the one faculty, a small group of students or student model. I would like to emphasize the following points. Regardless of available resources, building research capacity is achievable. Lack of money is not an excuse. Vision alignment and commitment are essential to this process. How can we effectively scale research success and ensure sustainability? First, it is essential to ensure that academic programs demonstrate high quality, value, and impact. Robust program attracts outstanding students and faculty, creating the foundation necessary for research to flourish. Second, It is important to provide accessible and meaningful research opportunity for students, faculty, and staff. I would like to acknowledge here Dr. Ude and his team and the CURE team at Bowie State University for integrating research into the curriculum and establishing entry points for all members of the academic community to participate in scholarly inquiry. Third, it is necessary to develop policy and make strategic investment to sustain research infrastructure, including funding, faculty support, and the provision of space and system that foster innovation. These priorities align with our progression toward becoming an R2 institution here at Bowie State University. I'm delighted that our effort last year led the university, Bowie State University, to become an RCU institution of research, a college university, a Carnegie Research College University. The status of R2 reflects not only a formal designation, but also research excellence, graduate capacity, and the ability to generate impactful knowledge that can lead to patent, for example. I will also address our global partnership and look forward to providing further details later in the program when I will have the opportunity later today to speak on the topic of building capacity in research. This collaboration will expand opportunity, enhance faculty and students' experiences, and extend global reach of our program. And the CURE conference today is an example of that, where folks from various parts of the world comes together to talk about research and how we can effectively support it. As Dr. Jemison, a trailblazing astronaut who became the first African-American woman to travel in space, so powerfully reminded us, never be limited by others' people limited imaginations. This conference exemplified that spirit. Collectively, we can expand possibilities, scaling research, and building a future in which undergraduate research is accessible, available, transformative, and impactful for all, regardless of where you are. Okay, thank you to all of you for the efforts today. Thank you for your dedication, your partnership, and your vision. I look forward to the insight that will emerge from this year's International CURE Conference to continue.
Thank you, Professor Mosi, if you are hearing me. Not sure if you're coming back, but thank you so much for those wonderful remarks. We will continue. The next person to speak to us now is Dr. Felix Namani, Commissioner for Employment and Labor from Enugu State, Nigeria. Let me see. Please, can you check for me the chat to see if he's around? Anybody see
Not
him?
yet, Prof. He's not yet here.
He's not here. He told me he's trying to log on. So I'm going to forge ahead. When he comes in, we'll let him in. But at this time, I have the special privilege of welcoming my friend, my mentor in these research projects and research activities. There's no other person that mentored me and taught me how to teach using research as an instrument than Dr. Dave Miklos, the Executive Director of Dolan DNA Learning Center. It was after visiting him some years ago and seeing the amazing work he was doing that I decided not to be a regular professor, a regular instructor, but to do things that will benefit the generation that is coming behind, which is use research to teach them. Make them do research. They show and tell. Let them try things with their hands. So Dr. David Miklos is the Executive Director of the Dolan Learning Center at Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory, where he has revolutionized genetics education through hands-on inquiry-based learning. A passionate educator and a science began his career studying bird migration and soon discovered his calling in making science accessible to all. In 1988, he founded the DNA Learning Center, now a global model for molecular biology education, and authored the seminal textbook DNA Science, which has introduced thousands to the world of genetics. Now you begin to know where we got the name DNA Learning Center Nigeria. He authorized us to run that outfit. And he has introduced thousands to the world of genetics. His visionary leadership earned him the Charles A. Dana Award for Pioneering Achievement in Education. Dr. Miklos has also led national initiatives in bioinformatics and DNA barcode in expanding research opportunities for students and teachers worldwide. Through his work, he continues to bridge science and storytelling, inspiring generations to learn how to see and embrace discovery with curiosity and purpose. Please join me to welcome Dr. Dave Miklos to the platform. He's actually the keynote speaker for this conference. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Dr. Bro, and all of the people at Bowie State. Can you see my slides here?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Well, George gave the title of my talk, and I at least took the first part, which is Beyond the Classroom, because beyond us teaching cures and other experiments in biology, there's something that's beyond that, and that's the infrastructure to do research projects and to do interesting things with students. So that's what my talk is going to focus on, is some of the work that I've been involved with in building infrastructure that can allow large numbers of kids participate in research. Computers and DNA analyzers are really the roads and the infrastructure of modern biology. And I'm reminded during this talk, and I'll reflect back on it a little bit, that not everywhere in the world has great infrastructure. Not every place in the world has fancy interchanges of roads like this. And other places in the world, such as Nigeria, really need to build infrastructure in many places. So I hope you'll see that, in my work and in all of our works, we should try to build infrastructure in ways for lots of people to find out about biology and to find their way in the world on these roads of biological infrastructure. Just a little bit about my place. I'm keeping watch of my time. This is Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. Jim Watson, who just died 2 weeks ago, was my mentor, and he always said that Cold Spring Harbor is a little village of science where people can come to think about science and nothing else. And we as educators really have to keep that in our head, that we always have to think about pretty much science and students and nothing else, and be absorbed with that. At the top right is my center, the DNA Learning Center, and this is the waterfront of Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. We've been the home to 8 Nobel Prize winners, so hopefully all of the biologists here know what all of these people did, but these 3 men were involved in phage biology and determining that DNA is the molecule of DNA. Jim Watson, of course, worked with Rosalind Franklin, Morris Wilkins, and Francis Crick to discover the structure of DNA. Barbara McClintock discovered transposons or jumping genes. Rich Roberts and Phil Sharp discovered split genes or RNA splicing, which is such a big thing in biology today. And Carol Greider explored telomerase, the enzyme that rebuilds the ends of our chromosomes. This was the last study done by the Nature Index, where they looked at articles published by scientists in high-impact journals and then asked the question, how many times are those works cited by other scientists? This is called a citation impact study. And if you add up all the citations at Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory, it's pretty far down the list of institutions because we're really quite small. We're that little village of science. But if you normalize the citations per scientist, per paper, then in this study called Spring Harbor Laboratory rated #1 in the world for the impact of the science that's done there. I wanted to talk about infrastructure. We don't really think about this, but in the 1950s, if you wanted to study genes or DNA, you had to have an analytical ultracentrifuge like this that Matt Messelson is working at Harvard, and it cost in today's amount of money probably millions of dollars just to get this machine. So it meant that to study genes, you had to be pretty wealthy. And then in 1973, this little gel box was invented that all of us have used in our labs many times. And that made the study of DNA, and especially gene-sized pieces of DNA, egalitarian, meaning that anybody with this electrophoresis chamber and a little current could do the same thing that Matt Messelson had done with that ultracentrifuge. So that's infrastructure. When you take something very complicated and make it easier, when you make that road run straight to that place you need to get to. Here's the paper that published that from Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. That's the other thing I wanted to tell you. Here's Phil Sharp, who went on to win that Nobel Prize, and 2 other scientists from Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. In 1973, invented analytical agarose gel electrophoresis, which we just take for granted now. Well, here was another bit of infrastructure. When the human genome was finished about the year 2000, these big machines, the size of a washing machine, were used to do most of the sequencing. But I'm going to tell you about this sort of 3rd generation of DNA sequencer. Came about in 2014 and really has come to the fore in the last several years. It's the Oxford Nanopore MinION, which is about half the size of this cell phone here. And it has made the method of DNA sequencing egalitarian in the same way that the gel electrophoresis chamber made the analysis of genes egalitarian. Well, you've all seen this chart. This is the cost of sequencing 1 million base pairs of DNA. And it used to follow this line, which is called Moore's Law. Moore's Law is the law that says, how long does it take to double the number of transistors that you can fit on a computer chip? And when you double the number of transistors, you lessen the cost of the computer chip. And that doubling of transistors on computer chips went at this rate of about doubling about every 18 months or 24 months. And DNA sequencing was following Moore's Law until this point here in about 2008. And then the cost of DNA sequencing decreased radically. So radically that now the cost of DNA sequencing is 100,000-fold less than it was in just 2008, about 12 years ago. Now, you're happy if your gas goes down by 20% or if you get a 50% reduction in something, but imagine a 100,000% reduction in something that you do. That's what happened to DNA. See, at the same time that this reduction in cost of DNA was occurring, we had the proliferation of lots of websites that would allow you to analyze this DNA. This is what it used to look like. These are some of the older websites that would have been around about that time in 2008. Well, it occurred to me at about that time that this was the first time in the history of our field, biology, that students and teachers could work with the same data at the same time using the same tools as scientists in Research One organizations. This was truly a moment when the high-level analysis of the genetic molecule, of the nature of life, became egalitarian. And this gap between research and education really became a continuum. I'm not sure what these check marks are in here, but we'll figure out. It was also about this same time that here in the US, we had a number of studies come out from federal agencies and blue ribbon panels. All of them said about the same thing. It's the reason why we're here today. All of these studies basically said that we have to change the way we teach biology. We have to stop teaching facts. We have to have students do inquiry and ask questions. We have to have them really do the process of science, which is to come up with a question, to use tools and methods of science, to reiterate and overcome problems, to collaborate with their peers, and to present their work before a panel of their peers. So this is course-based undergraduate research experiences. How can we spread that farther and wider and to reach more students? Well, about this time when the cost of DNA sequencing was dropping so dramatically, I became involved in my first big infrastructure project. And I have to say that prior to that time, I didn't really understand what infrastructure really meant, but I became involved in this project of the NSF called the iPlant Collaborative. It later became known as Cyverse, and that's what you may know it as now. And that was a 12-year project to develop infrastructure that would allow more people to use computers in DNA and other sorts of biological analyses, image analysis as well. And it was at this time that I had the idea that we could take all of those bioinformatic tools, sort of merge them into one platform that would make it easier for students and teachers to analyze DNA. So we launched this thing called DNA Subway. It was a collaboration that involves a lot of scientists and educators at a lot of institutions. And we launched that about 15 years ago. So rather than take this walk through 10 different websites that would be needed for you to manipulate and transform DNA, how about if you could just do it in one simple place like this? Now, not every place has subways like here in Manhattan and New York City, but everybody knows about trains. So the analogy of making DNA analysis like going on different trains or on different subway lines, that's what we had in mind. Also, about that same time that I was building this infrastructure for DNA analysis, we had this meeting at Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. I'm just watching my time here. At our Banbury Center. It was sort of a little think tank located close to Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. And there was a series of 2 meetings there in 2003, and it brought together scientists, and they all asked the question, could we find a relatively short DNA sequence that we could determine from lots of organisms and use that to determine the genus and species of any organism, or known as DNA barcoding. It turns out there's not one sequence that can do it all, but there are a couple of handfuls that will really let you pretty much determine the genus and species of just about any plant or animal. And some of these people here have become very famous. Paul Hebert is at University of Guelph and founded the Barcode of Life Data Systems, which is widely used. Mark Stokel is at Rockefeller University. I'll tell you a little bit, tiny bit more about him. And Jesse Osibel, who was at the Sloan Foundation at that time, funded the first big project, which was the Barcode of the Seas. So this was really the nucleus of people that started what we now call DNA barcoding. Just in case you don't know, a DNA barcode is just like a universal product code that you would see in a grocery store. Here's one down here. These are barcodes of a bunch of mud crabs that students found at Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory probably a decade ago. And these are the barcodes of those mud crabs from these samples collected in Cold Spring Harbor. And here's an alignment that shows some other related sorts of crabs on this side and on this side. And what you can clearly see is that this clade or this group of mud crabs from Cold Spring Harbor all have the same set of lines or the same barcode with this section of these little polymorphisms. And this other group of crabs has their own identifying barcodes, and these do too, and so on. So that's the DNA barcode. Mark Stokel, his daughter was in high school and needed a project at this time, around this time. So they had the idea of going into restaurants in Manhattan and collecting raw sushi because it's easy to analyze something that hasn't been cooked. So they collected sushi from around New York City and they analyzed it with DNA barcodes at the American Museum of Natural History. And what they found out is that about 40% of all the fish was mislabeled. So if you thought that you were eating white tuna, you were really might be eating tilapia. And something you thought was an expensive fish in some of your sushi might have been a really cheap fish that had been substituted. From that, we decided that DNA barcoding would be a great thing for students to do. And we sort of replicated Mark and Katie Stokel's work on a much broader scale. We started up 3 programs here in the New York metropolitan area. You can just see that over the years, over the last 10 or 12 years that we've been doing these, almost 4,000 students have done cure type projects in teams. They've sequenced a lot of DNA samples. We've published a lot to GenBank, and I'll show you a little bit more about that. The great thing about barcoding is you can do a project from start to finish, come up with the idea of what you want to do, present a proposal, work with the tools and methods of science, DNA barcoding and bioinformatics, collaborate with kids, overcome the problems when you don't get the DNA to sequence or you can't get DNA from a sample, and ultimately to present your work to your peers at a poster session like this at Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory each year. So it's a great system. Here's a poster. We have thousands of these posters now online. This is a great poster that happens to be from our center in the south of China, in Suzhou. But the point of it is you can do these great DNA barcoding projects using this infrastructure. And it doesn't matter whether you're here in Manhattan or at Bowie State University or at Godfrey Okoye University in Nigeria. We can all use the same tools and methods and infrastructure. We can walk down that same highway to get the answers that we need to know. I'll just give you a couple great examples of student projects. This is probably my favorite one. This was a group of students who were at a little high school in the Bronx of New York, which is a very poor area of New York City. And they had this idea to look at ginkgo, which is this living fossil that comes from China. There's millions of ginkgo trees all planted all around New York City, but it's a nutraceutical that people think will, extend your life, give you better sex and all of that stuff. So they decided, well, let's go into stores and get samples of ginkgo. Here's some of the samples that they found, and let's analyze them and see if they're real ginkgo or if they're fake. And they did that. And here's, about 10 or 12 of their samples here. And here's their barcode. Now, I got to tell you something. Oops, sorry. Here's a ginkgo barcode here. And you see there's a lot of bands. And here's all of their samples, which doesn't have any of those bands. And they all look sort of gray here. And when a barcode is gray, it means those things match entirely, that there's no DNA differences. So all their samples really sort of match one another, but they don't match ginkgo. And what they found out is there is actually a really good match to all of their samples, and it's to this last sample from GenBank here, which is rice. So these students said that we cannot find any ginkgo DNA in any of the ginkgo samples. All we can find is rice. We gave them the first prize on that because we thought that was great, but we didn't know if it was true. But about 3 years later, the Attorney General of New York State, the highest lawyer in New York State, had that experiment repeated. And he had it repeated at a number of big stores like Walmart, General Nutrition Center, Best Buy, places like that. And here's one to Walmart, which is, of course, a huge grocery store. And it says that they must cease and desist selling their ginkgo products because what it says here, no ginkgo biloba DNA was identified. The only DNA identified was oryza, commonly known as rice. So they found exactly what that team from the Bronx had found out, and they found it out for a lot of other nutraceuticals. So I can tell you that if you can fake something, they will. George Udy's students have done a lot of these projects, and they found that rice bran, which is wheat bran, which is a really sort of good, or wheat germ, which is sort of a really good product. It too is just rice flour because rice flour is actually cheaper than wheat germ. Well, here's some other project you can do. These are a type of mosquito. They sometimes carry equine encephalitis. So occasionally they're vectors for disease. And what you'll see is these are DNA barcodes that are from the south of the United States. And you can see that Aedes atlanticus is mainly a southern species. And you'll see most of these barcode records are from the south, and its predicted range in blue is to the south. Here's an Aedes atlanticus collected and barcoded by a student up here in Long Island. This is about 75 miles north of its most northerly range. And you can see it's far above all these other samples. Now, that's exactly what you would expect to see of a southerly species expanding its range because of global warming and climate change. So here's students confirming with their own research what looks to be global climate change. We can also publish papers. This was a nice paper we did barcoding an urban park in New York, and there's 25 student and teacher authors. We publish a lot of GenBank records. This is what a GenBank record looks like. Here was the first one we published. I want to tell you that we've now published 2,600 GenBank records with students and teachers, and there's 1,800 unique authors. So this is really the simplest way that a student could make a paper. Here's some barcoding that we did with George and his group and Michael Okoro in Enugu, working on ants. We have a lot of projects around the world working on barcoding ants. And you'll see they've processed a lot of samples. Look, here's a gigantic DNA barcode with nothing but different species of ants from Nigeria. This shows about 40 different species here. 20 of them are probably new GenBank records. We're still working on them with George and Michael. How could you implement DNA barcoding? Really easily in a class. This is the biggest implementation in the world. 800 students per semester are doing DNA barcoding, both in general biology courses and in majors biology courses. Look at the number of students, teachers it takes to teach all the lab sections, but it's actually pretty cheap to do, about $12 per student. And here's their course source paper on that, so you can reproduce their methods exactly, and they use our methods as well as DNA Subway. The last two things I want to wrap up with quickly is to tell you a little bit about our new hub, which is here in Brooklyn, New York. We're really trying to implement the best practices of how we move kids along pathways to further education and careers in biotech, as George was saying. And the final couple things I want to leave you with is through our work with Innovate Bio, the National Biotechnology Education Center, we signed an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding with Oxford Nanopore. And that's the company that produces this little DNA sequencer, half the size of your phone, which only costs about $1,200 to buy. And experiments can be done for $6 to $10 per sequence. And this is a DNA strand running through a nanopore, and here is the signal that is decoded into base pairs. You can do lots of things with Oxford Nanopore. You can do regular DNA barcoding of the sort I've showed you. You can do 16S metabarcoding, which looks at microbes in a sample. You can do whole genomes. It's great for looking at bacteriophages with the C-phages course of C-phages project of Howard Hughes. You can do metagenomics to look at all the DNA in a sample of, say, hospital waste or flow through to see what kind of antibiotic resistance genes are there. And you can sequence plasmids to confirm that you've constructed them right. Here's an article done by Jonathan Pugh just a couple of days ago, so you might want to look that up. It's on his LinkedIn site. This is an article about our efforts at Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory to collaborate with Oxford Nanopore to popularize nanopore sequencing in education. Here's a series of workshops that we held last summer and the summer before. We went to 12 different places and taught about 240 faculty. The final thing I want to leave you with, because I'm really out of time, is that DNA subway, which we made about 15 years ago, was sort of out of date. Both the background databases and the templates that drive it, but also the way it worked. So we've just released this year, this fall, a new version of DNA Subway 2.0, which is called Mobile First. It was designed to run perfectly on your cell phone or mobile device. Why is that important? Because in a place like Nigeria, where maybe you don't have good connectivity and students don't have their own. Now, Nigeria, UAE, or in, and they analyze in the cloud, so you don't need a lot of resources. We actually have high performance computers at Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory, which will do the high level calculations needed. I'll go past this. And so here's what we think will happen in the future. When you take DNA Subway 2.0 and a little MinION sequencer, you can't exactly connect it to your phone, but almost can. And then that will be a world where you can have DNA sequencing anytime, in any place, by anyone. And then we'll have a time when the roads and infrastructure of DNA sequence analysis will go anywhere into the world. Thank you all. And thank you, George, for arranging this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dave Miklos, for this presentation. It's very, very enlightening, and I hope it drives home the fact that research is becoming easier, the infrastructure is cheaper, and that all of us can do it, irrespective of our location and resources. So it's just the will to try. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like I said, you taught me that just talking biology is inadequate in front of students. So we appreciate your time, and I hope you can spend more time with us. If you can't, we appreciate that you are a very busy man. So do we have any questions for Dave as a keynote speaker? I will take one or two questions. Can Dr. Esma help me to monitor that? Or you can put your questions in the chat, and he probably can answer you also in the chat. I'll take two questions. If you're mute and ask your questions, we can just take it. Okay, I don't see any questions.
It was all perfectly clear, thank heavens.
Yes, yes. Yes, it was very, very clear. And we're going to share this recording with anyone that is interested after the conference.
I have a question, if that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Dr. Miklos, thank you so much for all that you do and the continued innovations. I was so excited to see the mobile, essentially DNA Subway 2.0. Where do you see technology going next? I mean, as you started your talk with this theme of infrastructure and accelerating innovation and lowering cost and equalizing access, what are you most excited about in the next 5 years?
Well, I'm most excited about this little DNA sequencer called the MinION, because it really only costs about $1,000, and you can really do almost anything that a big sequencing center can do on that device. And then when you hook that up with DNA Subway, you can, which we use that kind of data, the nanopore data, you can really do everything on your cell phone, and it's really quite amazing. So I think, ultimately, if we're studying biology or molecular medicine or personalized medicine, it all revolves around DNA sequence at some point. So learning and understanding how DNA sequencing works is really a gateway to the future of biology because a lot of the things that we used to do to manipulate DNA, like Southern blotting, even like RNA sequence analysis, we don't really do that anymore. We just go directly to sequences in hospitals where they have a case that they can't quite figure out, a cancer that's refractory to treatment, or an infant that shows up with some unknown syndrome. They just sequence all the DNA because you can literally do it in a day and get the answer. Or maybe they focus in on certain things. So I think that's important. AI, I don't know where AI is going to go, but the one thing that I do hope is that I don't want AI to replace doing actual experiments, just like I was never really that keen on virtual experiments, so to speak, because that's fine if you can't do an experiment, but if you're doing a virtual experiment, it means you're not doing the real experiment. So I've always advocated that if you have a limited amount of time, a kid should do the actual experiment. So same thing for AI. Yes, it can augment our thinking. It can do a lot of things better, but and in some ways it will do different kinds of experiments. But I want kids to be able to actually do experiments, learn about reagents, because ultimately somebody's got to do the experiment to get down there in the cell, extract the DNA or proteins, and figure out what's going on.
Thank you so much for that commentary. There was another question in the chat. Everybody wants access to DNA 2.0. Is it something that they have to register? Are there trainings? I know that DNA Learning Center is exceptional with access.
Yeah, you could just do a search for DNA Subway 2.0 and it'll take you right to the site. We actually are not really even supporting the old DNA Subway much anymore. I mean, you can still use it, but we're getting rid of that site soon. So yeah, just go to DNA Subway or DNA Subway 2.0 and off you go. It's really very easy. You should register because then it will save your work and
Hello, Mike.
you can save your workspaces. You can use it as a guest, but it makes sense to register. It's free.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Let's see if there are any other questions. And one of the things I do want to point out is that Dr. Miklos is one of those researchers, those innovators who really wants to meet everybody and wants to energize research and catalyze research. So he's been to Nigeria several times. I love that image of you and Professor Ude in front of DNA Learning Center Nigeria. And so when is your next visit would be the question. I believe everybody would love to meet you. We have majority here from, Nigeria, Ghana, and, short flight away from Nigeria. So any planned visits soon for Nigeria?
Well, one of my staff members was there during this year to do a training with Nanopore. So yeah, we'll be back. I'm not sure when I will be back. And that photo of George and I is not in front of the DNA Learning Center, but is in front of the marketplace in one of the local towns. I think it's Iguomo Nike or something. George, where was that town where we were stuck that time? Our car broke down
That
by the
was
side of the road.
at Emene Junction.
Emine, yes. So there you go. So yeah, I love Nigeria. When I was a lot younger, I was in the Peace Corps in Botswana, so I have a fond place in my heart for Africa.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We will take, if there are questions, please put it in the chat and we'll turn it over to him. And he probably will make time to answer in the chat too. So I want to quickly say that DNA Learning Center Nigeria is teaching those courses that he just mentioned. One of them is DNA barcoding. We've taught it over the years, and we are doing everything that he just mentioned about DNA barcoding right there in Enugu at Ugwomu in affiliation with Godfrey Okoye University. So there are several other courses that we teach at DNA Learning Center Nigeria. If you are interested, go to DNA Learning Center Nigeria website and you will see all our classes listed. Okay? And you'll be hearing more as this conference proceeds. So with that said, we now have the Honorable himself, Dr. Felix Vincent Nnamani, are here. You know, this is still in our quest to involve government. Remember, cure outside the classroom. So he's here as a representative of the Enugu State government. He is the Commissioner for Labor and Employment. So as we graduate students, we want them to get jobs. If they don't get jobs, we have wasted our time. So it's either they're employed or they start their own projects, they get funding from the government to start their laboratories, to start running their own agencies. So my commissioner previously held the role of Commissioner for Water Resources and brings over 2 decades of experience in university teaching, governance, and civic leadership. With advanced training in political science, public administration, and international relations, Dr. Nnamani has held academic and governing roles at ESUT, Gulf Local University, and the Institute of Ecumenical Education. He is also the former President General of the Ugwomunike Town Development Union, where he led impactful community development initiatives. Known for his evidence-driven and community-rooted approach, he has earned a reputation as a thoughtful technocrat skilled in stakeholder coordination and sector reform. His journey from graduating with third-class honors to becoming a respected public servant reflects a deep commitment to education, integrity, and inclusive progress. So join me now to welcome Dr. Felix Nnamani Vincent, the Enugu State Commissioner for Labor and Employment. Thank you for being with us.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Professor George.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's a matter of protocol. I want to recognize the president of Bowie State University, USA. Hope you can hear me, Prof.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good.
Loud and clear, yeah.
Okay, good, correct. So just recognition for the president of Bowie State University in the US, Dr. Aminta Brooks, the provost and the vice president for academic affairs, Bowie State University, Alan Amoso, the chairman, Department of Natural Sciences, director, Cure Program at Bowie University, and chairman, board of directors, DNA Learning Center in Nigeria, Dr. George Ude and team, executive director, Dolan DNA Learning Center, Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory, US, David Maklos, the vice chancellor of Gulf Local University, Enugu State, Nigeria, Reverend Father Professor Christian Anieke Okome, the program manager and planners, other vice chancellors of universities, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
With the warm greetings from His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Ndubisi Mba. Of course, Enugu State government is already partnering with the Gulf Local University to open more camp of Gulf Local University in Enugu. This talk,
Oh my goodness.
But
Okay. Yeah, he is off. Okay. Not sure what to do, but yeah, somebody should play music for us so we can.
okay, but I'm back.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's good. So
I'm back.
I wasn't sure how to reach you. Now you can
Thank,
continue.
okay, okay, thank you, sir. I was saying that this third conference of core by Bowie University aligns perfectly with the policies of the Enugu state government, which has necessitated this investment. Hence, we believe that research for economic development, for job creation, and then promoting general productivity on the part of younger generations, especially the youths and the undergraduate levels. We also believe that data based on research and investigations for biological, economical, and industrial development, including security, are greatly important in our society as it points to solving humanity problems and challenges. And that's majorly why the Enugu state government is tackling head-on the unemployment and poverty by promoting through its agencies the required skills platforms with the SMSE Center, the Enugu State Tech Hub, Science Innovations of the Ministry, which will host the next year's Tech Festival. In Enugu State, most importantly, the addition of experiential learning in the education curriculum of our dear state from primary to tertiary institution are all geared towards development of our people for global employability and relevance. However, the reactivation of moribund industries and assets in Enugu State by the Enugu State government, Nigeria, would want and would request some sort of technological equipments and technical support from Bowie University and the affiliate institutions to consolidate on these projects going forward. We'll thank you for this opportunity and we wish you some successful deliberations at this third CURE Conference 2025. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner, Honorable Commissioner Felix Namani. Thank you so much for that very brief remark, but very informative. And we thank Enugu State, deliver our message to His Excellency Peter Mba. We appreciate the investment he's making into the science development, infrastructure development in Enugu State in general, but also in particular at DNA Learning Center, Nigeria, and the investment into the DNA forensics for criminal investigation project that he is pushing very hard to establish, not just for Enugu, but for the whole country, Nigeria. At this point, I would take one question for the commissioner, just one question. And the other questions can go into the chat, please. Okay. One thing you didn't mention was the smart schools. The Enugu State government is investing into smart school development, given every zone. You want to talk about it just for a minute?
Okay. Well, that's why I said that in addition to investment in DNA Learning Center, Forensic, and then Research Center, that the government is also have aligned to ensure that experiential learning is added to our curriculum from the primary to the tertiary. That is to bring in what has been done across the 260 electoral wards in Enugu, because the governor has built smart green school, which are taken off in September. The idea of this green smart school is that there's going to be a free and compulsory education for our people from age 3 to 15. That is what we'll call crèche to JS3. Okay, so in this curriculum now, our people will be able to benefit from the practical teachings with artificial intelligence, mechatronics, augmented realities, and all that, which Dr. Dave had mentioned about barcodes. I heard something about barcodes when I joined, which is important that if we cascade that to that level, it's going to be of use for our people and then going forward for the younger generation.
Thank you so much. Lastly, do you see the opportunity for DNA Learning Center Nigeria to affiliate with those smart schools so that we can build these children from the scratch, catch them young? You remember, we teach them we get them on time, and they will remain enthusiastic the rest of their life. Do you see DNA Learning Center Nigeria playing a role with doing this in the smart schools at Enugu State?
Yeah, there is a heavy opportunity there for this partnership, because the essence of this research is the way to go now. In every aspect of life is when you conduct researches that you can come with empirical evidences to tackle humanity problems. So the government of Enugu State is open for partnership, not only with the Green Smart School, even with our undergraduates across institutions in Enugu here. Okay, so we're open for partnership. Okay, because it's about learning. You can only develop by learning. Once you are not equipped, you are not going anywhere. But once we're equipped and the younger people are able to, then we have left a legacy that can take them to the workforce of their own generation. So we're ready for partnership. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll be seeing you very soon. Hopefully this December. Yeah, thank you for making time for us. And I'm going to pass on my mic to Dr. Esimai to introduce Dr. Laura Reed.
Thank you, Dr. Ude. And thank you once again, Commissioner Namani, for joining us. We really appreciate you being here. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing Dr. Laura Reed, and we are so excited to welcome Dr. Reed to the international stage. Just a little bit about Dr. Reed and her seasoned leadership in not just her own research, but in galvanizing research across institutions. So Dr. Laura Reed is a professor of biology at the University of Alabama, and she is an evolutionary geneticist whose research explores genetic and environmental factors driving complex traits, with a particular focus on metabolic diseases. Not only does she have several degrees and has hosted several high impact research and publications in the United States and global top journals, what we are most excited about today for her being here is her directorship and leadership in the Genomics Education Partnership. The Genomics Education Partnership is a national consortium of over 200 institutions. And this is impressive. I mean, not just for the scope and the scale, but really the impact of the work that the GEP has been able to do for several years and even decades. So the Genomics Education Partnership, as I mentioned, 200 plus institutions, its goal is to integrate active learning into the undergraduate curriculum through cures, and all of this work is centered on bioinformatics and genomics. Can we all please give a very, very warm welcome to Dr. Laura Reed. Professor Reed, Dr. Reed, you are welcome to the CURE International Conference.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So it's exciting to be able to chat with you a little bit about this project that I've been overseeing for the last 7-ish years. This is a recent photograph of our national gathering. We do this on an annual basis. So our group is composed of faculty that teach biological classes related to genomics at the undergraduate level all across the United States. And we have this annual event to rejuvenate ourselves and get back together. So I just briefly want to talk a little bit about what defines a cure. So there are critical features of what a cure is officially designed as. It has to involve a goal that aligns with both student goals, academic goals, and with research goals, which is sometimes challenging to find out what's interesting research, but that also will teach the students what they need to know. And has to include a component of assessment. There are challenges with things like implementation and how to institutionalize and scale up. So there's this amazing resource, a guide to course-based undergraduate research that I recommend as a place to look as you're thinking about this process at your respective institutions. It's a way to explore some of the ideas and components that go into producing a successful cure. So some of the components that are critical to a good undergraduate research experience is that there has to be visibility of collaboration. So a critical piece of science is collaboration. And so ways that you can help the students understand that what they are doing is part of a bigger picture, a bigger sphere of scientific literature or scientific effort. So some of the things that can help do that is if you're using things like scientific databases, using a variety of skills and techniques, talking about the type of collaboration that goes into generating the data that the students might be working with. There also has to be the opportunity for iteration. So iteration means trying it, it doesn't work quite right, try it again and again and again, and then hopefully eventually be successful. So science is about iteration. And often in our classroom environments, we're pressed for time, we're pressed in terms of resources, and having the time to actually allow the students to iterate can become challenging. So that's something you need to think deliberately about building in. Ideally, you want something that's able to involve some kind of quality control. So any given student might produce a product that is or isn't fully scientifically valid. So when you're doing a larger scale project, having a way to think about how to put those pieces together into a more complete, valid scientific conclusion is important. And then also a critical piece is that there has to be reporting out to a wider audience. So we don't do science in just in a bubble. We don't do it just in the classroom. There has to be the sharing of the results either to a community partner in the scientific literature somewhere that helps to ensure that the results are useful to society and enforces for the students that what they are doing is indeed important science. So the GEP, as was mentioned, is really focused on integrating genomics into undergraduate biology. And so we're trying to make it possible for students to engage in research experiences in a classroom environment. So this is a focus on equity because many, at least in the US, many research opportunities are, well, there aren't many research opportunities. They're fairly limited in terms of who gets to be in a research lab in a mentored type of relationship. Whereas with a course-based research experience, you in principle can make it accessible to anybody and everybody, as Dr. Nicholas referred to. And so the organization works on publishing both genomics results, but also we publish about scientific education outcomes. And we take advantage of both online tools and public data to make the research accessible. So students are able to participate no matter what their background, as long as they can access the internet. So the GEP was founded by Sarah Elgin at Washington University in St. Louis in 2006. And she was motivated by this expansion of genomic resources that Dr. Nicholas referred to, and thinking about how to leverage the brain power of undergraduates to facilitate challenging analyses in the genomic era that computers just weren't very good at. And so that organization grew. I joined in 2011 as an early stage faculty member myself. And then as Sally handed it off to me in 2017. And Our organization is mostly composed of primarily undergraduate institutions and community colleges, many of which are minority serving institutions. That's a high priority for us. And over the course of our history, we've served about 24,000 students as best we can estimate. And we do have a GEP member at Bowie State too, which I'm excited about. So some of the advantages of in silico genomics is that we're able to lower laboratory costs. So it's amazing how inexpensive sequencing has become, and there's lots of potential in that realm. And I'm actually really excited in developing those potential within the Genomics Education Partnership environment. But also, you can provide pretty good research experience with data that's already exists. So we use that large pool of publicly available genomic data. Some of the advantages are we can use web-based tools. We don't have to worry about safety issues. It's available 24/7. So again, going back to a perspective of equity, if we've got students who have kids or jobs or whatever that conflicts with being able to fully engage in a traditional lab schedule, they can access our resources and do our research anytime, anywhere. It lends itself well to pure and remote instruction. We actually had a big growth in our membership due to the COVID pandemic, because a lot of faculty wanted to be able to bring research into their teaching and were unable to actually be in the classroom with their students. Another advantage is that mistakes are inexpensive, both in terms of time and in money. So mistakes in the sense that you try to do something, it doesn't work quite right, all normal part of science. We found that, and I'm this way too, that I'm hesitant to allow my inexperienced students to do something with reagents that are expensive. But if they're just typing numbers into a computer and running a quick query and it does or doesn't work, there's no major loss in resources by doing that. So it allows this opportunity for low stakes iteration for allowing them to develop their experiences. And it supports diverse learning styles and diverse life situations. So it's, I think, a source of equity and expansion. So some of the barriers to faculty actually participating in these kinds of genomics areas are things like lack of confidence. So often faculty and instructors are being asked to teach something that's outside of their historical training experience, so outside of their comfort zone. Often there's a barrier to cost. Bringing it into your classroom might be financially limiting. So there may not be the ability to invest in something that's expensive. There are computational challenges. One of the barriers to engaging in bioinformatics research is the fear of coding, the fear of big data sets. How do you move big data sets around? Dr. Miklos mentioned some great ways that DNA Subway is helping to overcome and remove those barriers. The GEP has a few of these strategies as well, and that's an important piece because a lot of faculty are not confident in jumping into a computational space if they don't have that background. And then also there's always time limitations. People who are teaching at primarily undergraduate students generally don't have a lot of time to develop novel research-based courses. So a program like the GEP provides the opportunity to do research with a relatively low barrier to entry. So what the students are doing basically in a GEP project is they're looking at a eukaryotic genome browser. So looking at developing a high quality model for a eukaryotic gene. So in our genome browsers, which is this image on the right here, we have different lines of evidence. We have more beyond this, but this is just some examples where we've got things like the alignment of a likely gene from a reference species and RNA-seq data that aligns to this position in the genome and predicted ways that introns and exons might be spliced. And the student's responsibility then is to integrate this kind of information and adjudicate between potential conflicting lines of evidence to develop a final gene model of what this gene might look like in this particular species. So we've developed custom tools to allow the students to test their hypothesis, that is their gene model. So we know the gene models usually should follow some basic molecular biology rules. Should have a start codon, should have a stop codon. You've got to be able to splice and maintain your open reading frame. All of those things are things we can computationally test. So the student develops a model, they can test that model. The vast majority of times it fails the first time because they don't have something quite right. And it gives them the opportunity to go back and iterate and fine tune their model to better comply with what we know most eukaryotic genes, how most eukaryotic genes are structured. So in terms of the science, so the project is often produced in some kind of gene model, but we're doing that in a whole variety of different species. So the GEP started in Drosophila fruit flies, and that's also my research area. So 2 of our projects are focused in looking at evolutionary genomic questions in Drosophila. I personally am in charge of this pathways project, so looking at the evolution of metabolic pathways across Drosophila. But we also have studies in things like parasitoid wasps, where we're looking at the evolution of novel venom genes. It's really cool stuff. A project with the Puerto Rican parrot, we're doing some conservation genomics there, looking at genes that might be involved in egg structure and trying to overcome some of the challenges with conservation that are occurring in Puerto Rico with this endemic species. And then we have a variety of additional projects that are at various different degrees of development, each being led by a different member of the partnership. So different faculty members who have particular research interests develop a project within the sphere of the resources and community that we have. So when you're thinking about making a research project scale up, it's ideal to have a way to subdivide the projects in a way that makes them parallel. So this lowers the barrier to engagement because faculty can be trained on a single or one set of conceptual strategies, and there can be a common set of tools and curriculum to establish the methodology. You can have the students then take ownership on their individual pieces, whatever their project is. That sense of ownership is actually really important. And in our assessment work, we find that the students that sometimes students actually work to complete their project, even if otherwise in their class they're having trouble, but they feel they have that ownership and responsibility to get that work done and provide it to society. So it's a big motivator to have that sense of ownership. It's important that the projects are technically simple, so that there's a high probability of success. You don't want too much of a struggle, and conceptually accessible. Ideally, there's some way to vary based on the background of the student to match where they are and help them level up from there. And then again, allow for iteration to help build confidence. So when you're thinking about the faculty you're reaching, often the faculty you're reaching are faculty who were research active at some point, but maybe aren't anymore. They're often scientifically isolated at their given institution. They may be the only person there who thinks about, in our case, genetics or genomics. They generally have high teaching loads. They may have limited control over what they teach. And so anything the program can do to mitigate those barriers will help faculty be able to successfully bring this into their classroom. And so one of the things that we've looked at is why do faculty that are part of the GEP stay part of the GEP? We've been unusually successful in retention relative to other kinds of programs like this, at least in the US. And part of the reason is that we provide that ongoing support for their professional development. They're always coming back, learning new things, keeping up with how genomics is evolving as a field. And they get the also professional benefit of things like being engaged and actually doing the research. So they may not have the time to do their own research in their respective environments, but this is a way to stay research active, to stay engaged in discovery for the faculty themselves. And they get things like publications and presentations out of it too. Again, good for their own professional development, not to mention the students. So our program is structured. The basic structure that we have is we have new member training, which is a 3-ish day process. We've done it with different models. We can do it online. We did a bunch of that online during COVID. It works to do it online. It works better in person if you can, but online can work. We have regional node events to build community among students and faculty. So events where people can drive in, spend a day talking about science. That's been important for helping both the faculty and students feel like they're part of the scientific community. We also have a national workshop that I mentioned. So every summer, the faculty get together to develop new curriculum, learn new phenomena in genomics, and sort of rebuild community, talk about pedagogical technique. And for everybody that comes to that, they say that that's, first of all, one of their most favorite events they do all year, and it's critical to keeping their inspiration and engagement in the science and the work that they're doing in the classroom. We have a core team that provides the computational, scientific, and pedagogical support. So a small staff who are there to help debug whatever goes wrong. They're also the ones that are developing the tools that the faculty are using in their teaching. And so the faculty benefit both from the research engagement and from the ability to publish. So the way we are structured is there's a central administration for both money and institutional review boards, so assessment review. Currently, that's my responsibility at the University of Alabama. I oversee all of that. One of the things we developed during the pandemic, which has turned out to be extremely successful, is a virtual TA program. So we have students who have experienced the GEP curriculum, have been excited by it, be available on Zoom at all sorts of times throughout the week. So our current students can go onto Zoom at any time a TA is available and ask questions and get feedback and that kind of support. So again, you may not have teaching assistant support at your respective institution, but we can provide some of that support through this virtual strategy. There's a lot of membership engagement in the committees. We're an almost entirely volunteer organization. We do a huge amount of work, and it's only possible because there's a lot of engagement and we have a lot of clear structure in terms of who's responsible for what and over what time scales. As of now, the implementation for doing the GEP is free in the sense that all of the resources are publicly accessible, and up until and all the training has been publicly accessible or has been free. The asterisk is there because we're at a critical point financially right now as the U.S. federal government is shifting their priorities in terms of what they're funding. And we're going to may have to tweak this a little bit in terms of how free it really is. But we're working, it's part of our fundamental philosophy to make it and keep it accessible to institutions. There are lots of different ways to implement. So we welcome, some people are implementing with freshman classes where they're really just using our introductory curriculum to introduce students to gene structure, all the way up to advanced courses in the major where they're doing much more sophisticated analyses. And then having our web-based platform, which is a GUI, a graphical user interface, allows or removes the technical barriers to participation. A lot of people get intimidated by seeing a command line screen with a little flashing cursor and not really sure what to type in that line to make it do something. We remove that by making everything this GUI web-based platform. So they get to the science much more efficiently. So we've done a lot of analysis on whether this type of thing works, and it does. Our students gain a lot from doing these kinds of experiences. So this is just sort of a sampling of some data from a survey of student confidence in their ability to do science. And so our students that are spending time, a reasonable number of hours doing our cure, are gaining substantially in terms of their learning gains and their confidence gains in doing science. And so it's actually greater gains than you would even see after a full summer in a traditional research experience environment. And I've been thinking about why. And I think it's because, I would expect that if somebody spends 10 weeks in a research lab over the summer, they would feel a lot more scientific. But it turns out that they are feeling more scientific, but not as much as doing one of our cures. And I think one of the critical things is that in our cure, the student is able to go all the way from no knowledge to a final product that is publicly useful within the time span of a semester. And so they see the whole life cycle of the scientific process. Whereas in a summer research experience, at least the ones I've been involved in, often you're doing a little bit of data gathering, you're learning a little bit, but you don't necessarily see the end of the project in the time period that you're spending in that lab, because most science takes a lot longer than that. And so I think that's part of what's valuable about this. I'm going to skip forward just a little bit. So some of the things that the GEP has been able to solve in terms of those challenges that I mentioned. So we help with the lack of confidence faculty may have by providing mentored and scaffold training. We minimize costs by using resources and avoiding reagents that would be expensive. We're using web-based and GUI tools to lower that barrier for computational challenges. And then lowering the barrier to engagement by providing a curated curriculum that's updated every semester to match current databases, et cetera, and providing those parallelized student projects so that students can be working efficiently from the same common set of resources. And so I want to thank some of the staff that have been critical to this project. So our director of IT, Wilson Long, is based at the Washington University in St. Louis. He's been with the GEP for longer than I have. And then Katie Sandlin, Chimay Riley, and Sarah Potts are recent staff members who have made an important contribution to our work. The GEP has historically always been an academically organized organization. That is, our funding has been through federal grants that have been managed through our institutions, but we've started a nonprofit arm. And so we're working on developing that piece of it, which will have greater flexibility in terms of what kinds of things we're able to do, both nationally and internationally. So I think that was the critical stuff I wanted to say. So I will stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reed. That was really powerful, and I was taking notes throughout. We'll certainly love to touch base with you after the conference is over. There are some key innovations that you are implementing through the GEP that we would love to learn from, see how you've implemented it real time. And you may not be able to see the chat because we have a WhatsApp group for everybody who's part of the conference, especially our global researchers. And we put an informal poll that says, I am interested in asking the Genomics Education Partnership for an online training specific to global researchers to implement genomics and bioinformatics. And people are saying, yes, please, yes, please. And so we would love to touch base with you after. We love the faculty support and the fact that it's such a streamlined, really just it's ready for faculty, it's ready for students. And so we do want to just open it up for maybe one question. I see that Dr. Uday has his hand up. I think he may be the one person who asks a question. Dr. Uday?
I mean, I can yield to someone, but my question, Dr. Reed, is about the in silico research, that you are doing. Data, virtual data they are using comes from certain locations, but definitely not much from Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how can we bridge the gap? Is there any plan to encourage data from the African continent so that this can become a meaningful thing for African researchers?
We don't have an explicit plan currently, but I'm certainly open to discussing it. So most of the data we use is provided by the National Institutes of Health or curated by the National Institutes of Health here in the US. We generate some data from, like, the Puerto Rican Parrot Project. We developed generate some of our own data to facilitate that project. One of our constraints financially is that our government funding is federal. And they want us to focus on US priorities, which is partly why I'm excited about this nonprofit, because that nonprofit is going to have more flexibility about who we interact with and to what extent we invest resources, both nationally and internationally. So I think there's a lot of potential there, but we have not formally started that process.
Yeah, for Africa, where there's so much depth of infrastructure, laboratory infrastructure, this is the way to go. But then for it to be meaningful, we have to be able to find African data.
Mm-hmm.
so be meaningful to the African continent, African society, whether it is health, agriculture, environment.
Mhm.
But before I stop talking, I want to extend the invitation publicly to you to teach a course for us at DNA Learning Center Nigeria, where we teach modules of courses and bring in professors, people who want to revive their research, start doing something different from what they have done over the years. And then the cell phone is there, computer infrastructure is there, but the labs are not really there.
Mhm.
I want to invite you sometime. We will follow up with you.
Sounds lovely. Thank you.
So much. We appreciate your comment. Dr.
Yes, thank you again, Dr. Reed. And please connect with Dr. Reed on LinkedIn and also go to the Genomics Education Partnership. They are doing so much. And if you are not connected to DNA Learning Center Nigeria, please continue to connect. As Dr. Ude said, we do want to bring Dr. Reed to DNA Learning Center Nigeria. And so please stay tuned to that space. Dr. Reed, on behalf of all of us, we just want to say thank you to you and your team for innovating in this space for several decades. We're looking forward to continued collaboration. And with that, we do want to bring on to the International Cure stage, Dr. Jared Moffett. So I will give a very brief introduction on Dr. Jared Moffett and just really talk about the importance of democratizing access to experiential learning, and also making sure that institutionally we can actually track some of these events that are happening. So you've just heard from Dr. Reed, you heard from Professor Dr. Dave Miklos earlier, talking about infrastructure, talking about big picture, talking about systems thinking. There's a central theme here, which is how do we do more? How do we make sure more people engage? How do we broaden participation? And that is why we are so excited to have Dr. Jared Moffett here with us today. He is the Executive Director of Career and Experiential Education Center at Bowie State University, where he leads the strategic integration of career readiness and experiential learning across the institution. So every single department, his mandate and his mission is to make sure that experiential learning is saturated across the Bowie State University campus. I know him personally, very excited to continue to work with him. He's done phenomenal work in his time at Bowie State University. And without further ado, Dr. Moffett, we just want to say welcome, and we are happy to have you.
And thank you. Hopefully everyone can hear me. If you just let me know. Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you for having me today. I do have a PowerPoint, so let me gear that up here. Let's see here. And hopefully you can see. And let's go from the beginning here and display settings. Okay, can you see the PowerPoint slides? Great. I'm going to move this a little bit. There we go. All right. So, well, again, thank you for having me today. My name is Dr. Jared Moffett, Executive Director of Career and Experiential Education for Bowie State University. I'm here talking a little bit about innovating teaching and research with CURE and experiential learning. It's a pleasure to be here with you as we explore together one of the most exciting frontiers in higher education right now, how we can deepen student engagement, enhance research impact, and prepare graduates for the future by innovating our teaching and research through experiential learning and course-based undergraduate research. The mission of our new center, the Engage Center, this is very new under our new strategic plan, Boldly Forward at the university. It's the president's and our university's commitment to furthering career readiness and experiential learning. But our mission is to engage students in designing purposeful careers and lives in partnership with our faculty, staff, employers, and our community partners. And we provide transformative education, experiential learning, and career readiness opportunities that help students connect their strengths with their aspirations, explore multiple possibilities, and prepare for what's next. This is a design-centered approach, and it makes experiential learning and career readiness a defining hallmark of the BSU undergraduate and graduate education. So we're very excited about our new mission. The Engage Center is actually a reorganization and merger of 3 offices at the university. So this is kind of unprecedented in higher education, particularly for HBCUs. So we've merged our Career Development Center, our Office of Engaged Learning and Student Support, and also the Office of Experiential and Integrative Learning into one office, the Engage Center. And some of the big bucket areas of programs that we work with are career readiness counseling and education for our students, helping them become prepared for careers, but also the different steps that they can take experiential learning wise with experiential learning activities across the university to prepare them for their career. Cooperative education with employers, learning community partnerships with faculty, community-based and service learning partnerships with the community, employer and community relations and partnerships in general, and employment and experiential learning opportunities that we showcase through our technological system or our platform called Handshake. There's our new organizational chart, just to kind of let you know, I oversee 4 different teams here. I kind of talked about some of those big bucket areas, but these are team members that came together from across the university, those 3 different offices. And we actually just finished the renovation of a new suite at the university. So this is just further telling us and informing us of the commitment of the university around this new Engage Center. So updating our space for this. So a little bit of context and rationale for experiential learning and CURE. Across the academy, we recognize the traditional lecture lab model where students passively absorb content and then perform canned experiments is increasingly inefficient for today's rapidly evolving world. So employers, graduate schools, communities, and communities, they really demand creative thinkers, problem solvers, collaborators, not just students who can memorize and regurgitate information. So this is where models like the course-based undergraduate research experience, CURE, become transformational. For example, Bowie State's Department of Natural Sciences, the CURE program engages in entire classes of undergraduates in research of genuine scientific relevance in areas such as molecular biology, genetics, immunology, bioinformatics, field biology, and more. So when students participate in such experiential inquiry-driven courses, the benefits are multiple, including improved critical thinking, stronger technical and communication skills, a deeper sense of ownership and agency over learning, and a smoother transition into research, their graduate studies, and also into the workforce. So at BSU, we have a definition of experiential learning. And so that centers around a student-centered educational approach, and it's hands-on, and it's guided with reflection. And that's to help students acquire knowledge, develop skills, clarify their values, deepen understanding, and inform meaningful future action. And again, like I just talked about, this is going away from that traditional lecture-based kind of instruction, and it's immersing students in these real-world or simulated or practical environments where they can take ownership of their education and foster authentic and meaningful experiences and cultivate that personal growth and that deeper learning, even civic engagement, and so on and so forth. And really, we want to prepare them to be able to address complex and real-world challenges that are out there that we're facing, and we certainly have many now. So at Bowie State, this can be, the experiential learning can be intentionally embedded, and it's across not only the curriculum of courses, but also our co-curriculum student services as well. And that's in the activities, the programs, the physical and the virtual spaces, both on and off campus. And that takes many different forms. It's not just undergraduate research, but it's learning communities, internships, entrepreneurial ventures, capstone projects, e-portfolios, and the list goes on and on. And it's informed by high impact practices as well, where we are connecting theory and practice to that transformative, career relevant, and socially meaningfulness that happens. So we're really excited about that definition, and also that we have such a broad stroke at the university around experiential learning and that it's having high impact. So again, these are the high impact practices in higher ed. So specifically today, we're talking about undergraduate research, and I mentioned some of the other high impact practices, but the university is engaging in all of these across the university. So we're really excited to have these happening because they have major benefits to our students. That's what a high impact practice is, that it's having major benefits for deeper learning, retention, graduation, career outcomes for our students. So they're not just doing things, but they're actually benefiting from doing those activities. And here's just some pictures just to bring it to life a little bit. These are our actual students involved in all types of activities for experiential learning, including research there out on the top left. So if we're thinking about teaching innovation, what does this look like? So what we do, what we mean by innovating teaching in this way, in practice, it means redesigning courses such that rather than students simply following predetermined lab instructions, the class is partnered to ask a genuine research question or tackle a problem of interest to the scientific community. So really, faculty develop projects that engage the whole classes of students in a research question or problem of interest to the scientific community, and there's a collaboration with the students. They have agency as well. So the sequence of courses is scaffolded across the curriculum, freshmen often through senior year, allowing students to build progressively and scaffold on skills and knowledge, not just in the content, but in performing authentic research, interpreting the data, and communicating the outcomes of that data. So students are treated as almost like as junior researchers. They collect the data, they analyze it, they're interpreting the results in the context of real world questions. They present their findings, reflect on next steps, and thereby experiencing the doing or the hands-on part of science, not just the reading about the science. So more so in regards to research, innovation, and impact, from the research side, CURE and experiential learning models invite faculty to re-envision their projects in pedagogy. So instead of isolating research as a special experience for a handful of students working in the lab after class or a whole class, the whole class becomes embedded in faculty research streams, thereby increasing the reach and ripple of the scholarship. So the synergy between the teaching and the research becomes stronger. Faculty bring their own expertise to the table and current questions into the classroom, while students contribute their perspectives and their hands-on efforts. The pipeline strengthens students who start with CURE course arrive better prepared for independent research then, their internships, graduate school, and employment beyond with these technical and collaborative skill sets that they're building. So that career readiness component. So experiential learning beyond the lab. Let's see here. So of course, experiential learning extends beyond the bench, right? It might include field work, community engaged projects, data science applied to real data sets, interdisciplinary teamwork, capstone designs, and etc. So the key is here that that students are actively doing something meaningful, not simply consuming content, right? So I'm really passionate about that. I've said that a good bit here. And when we align teaching and research in this way, an entire campus culture shifts toward inquiry, application, and continuous improvement. So then we also have like the definitions of career readiness. So this experiential learning, this research also is connected to career readiness. I've connected it through career readiness in a couple of different places already here, but this is a formal definition from NACE, and BSU has adopted it as well here. And so really it's to ensure that students are going to be successful and they can be successful entering the workforce, so they develop these skills. So I'm going to show you the skills now: career and self-development, communication, that critical thinking, of course, the equity and inclusion, leadership, professionalism, teamwork, and technology. So you're getting all of that through this type of experiential learning experience. So benefits and outcomes. So let me highlight a few key benefits that we observe. So students develop ownership of their learning, seeing the research question, participating in its design, generating data, interpreting it, and communicating the results and the investment and motivation around that. So development of 21st century skills, and I just mentioned a bunch of them, but again, the collaboration, that teamwork, communication skills, the data literacy, the critical thinking, the adaptability as well, being a scientist and working in society and working for an employer. The equity and access, embedding research in courses that helps more students, including those who may not have had the chance to do independent research before and to engage in these high impact practices. So if we move forward, so some of the conceptual frameworks that my office uses as we engage faculty and staff across the university in institutionalizing experiential learning career readiness, and these are, again, hallmarks and core components of our experience here, come from national associations. So the AAC&U's value rubrics, the high impact practices, the essential learning outcomes, the National Society of Experiential Education's principles of practice, but also of good ethical practice. And then I just talked about the NACE career readiness competencies. And then my office is also developing new models around life design for counseling our students, using life design in design thinking principles and methods. And there's just a little graphic there that we use. And again, this is related to our strategic plan, Boldly Forward, that we were going to launch a new experiential and career unit. We've done that, and we're working towards working with the department chairs and faculty and embedding more experiential learning, including research, into our curriculum. So we're well on the way to doing that. And my final thing to let you know that we are working on an experiential learning curriculum integration initiative here. So again, this is part of the Boldly Forward strategic plan. We're reinforcing our commitment to workforce development and our lifelong learning of students. And to achieve that, we are integrating throughout the whole student life cycle over the next 4 years, starting with freshman year, integrating experiential learning activities aligned with these career readiness competencies into the curriculum, and that's known as the EL Curriculum Integration Initiative. So that's one of the major things I'm working for at the moment. So how can an institution or department move forward with this? Some practical tips here. Start small, but be strategic. So pilot a CURE course and a required curriculum module, build on successes and scale, scaffold the sequence, ensure students gain foundational skills early, so freshman and sophomore year, and then move on into more open-ended inquiry later in the junior and senior year. Provide support and infrastructure. Research questions must be feasible for our undergraduate classes, and the analytical tools and faculty mentoring must be in place. Mentoring is so important in these models. Create collaboration between faculty, departments, industry, community partners, etc. Research questions that tie real-world concerns raise relevance and student buy-in. Assess and iterate. So collect data on student outcomes. So please collect data also on the student learning outcomes, not just the research. And that includes the learning gains, retention, progression to research, and their career as well. And continue to redefine or refine the pedagogy that you use, and celebrate and communicate. So share the student research achievements, invite them to symposiums, or publish their results, and this enhances the motivation and visibility of all. And so in closing, I want to say, innovating our teaching and research through CURE and experiential learning is not just a pedagogical luxury that we have. It is a strategic imperative here at the university. When we move beyond this passive instruction to dynamic inquiry-based learning, we empower our students as researchers and creators, and we embed research as a living, breathing part of both the undergraduate and the graduate experience. So I invite you to imagine a classroom in which every student, not just a few, is contributing, investigating, questioning, analyzing, and presenting. And I invite you to imagine a department in which teaching, research are entwined, vibrant, and inclusive. And I invite you to join in making that vision a reality at your institution. So thank you very much. That is the end of my presentation today.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Moffat. You can't see the chat, but you're getting a lot of commendations in the chat, and people are very excited to get your slides if possible.
Oh.
I think, you know, and really this is a perfect segue to the next portion of the conference, which is a panel with all of our keynote speakers. So we're talking about scaling infrastructure and moving research beyond the classroom. And your talk literally talked about that. How do you tie these goals, right? How we must tie them to the institutional priorities. And I think at Bowie State University, we're privileged to have such a leader as President Bro, who in the strategic plan, it's front and center. It's actually one of the first priorities for our institution. But then how do you actually scale and get into the granular details so that every department is talking about experiential learning, every unit is thinking about it, and everyone is really breathing new life into the ecosystem of research at the university. And that's what your talk essentially spoke about, which is why people are so interested in finding out more. And we're just going to bring up our keynote speakers. We've been so privileged here at the International Cure Conference to listen to Professor Dave Miklos, to hear comments from Dr. George Uday, the convener, and of course to hear feedback and comments and that excellent keynote from Dr. Laura Reed. All keynotes so far have been amazing, wonderful, excellent. And so we just want to open it up to the audience. We do have prepared questions for our panel, but we just want to leverage this time and we want to yield and see if there are any audience questions. We have leadership and expertise across several types of institutions, both national consortium, institutional consortium, chairs of departments, and so on and so forth. So I'm looking through the chat to see if there are any questions. And while we wait for audience questions, I do want to ask this. So we've talked a lot about scale. We've talked about infrastructure. We've talked about documentation. I want to throw this first to Professor and Dr. Reed. How can institutions sustainably scale cures just beyond pilot phases? And I think the Genomics Education Partnership has demonstrated excellence in this area, and even the strategic thinking to make it a nonprofit. I love that, and just the implications of that. So how can institutions scale just beyond pilot phases? What have you seen? What are the red flags? Do you know ahead of time whether an institution will succeed? Do you know whether it won't succeed? And if you have any context for institutions that are severely resource limited, lack of funding, maybe primarily teaching institutions, not a lot of research, innovation to start out with, that would be very helpful because I think that would resonate very well with the audience.
So at least I can speak to how we do it or recommend things within the GEP. So we often recommend, and our current set of funding is focused on this strategy of having faculty start by taking what we've already prepared and just trying to do it in their classroom and accepting that it may not go so great the first time, but taking that first step. And then we're scaffolding training into more advanced approaches, more advanced research strategies for the given individual over the course of multiple implementations for that person. And we are encouraging people to take that core experience and think about how to tweak it to fit their own research questions. So all of these additional science projects that are coming out of the GEP are people who say, okay, here's the GEP framework. How do I modify that to fit my particular scenario? And that's a lot easier to do than to start from the ground and just try to decide how to do a research project. One of the places I see people bogging down in trying to establish a cure is, this is sort of a challenging thing to say, but giving the students a little bit too much agency up front. You need to direct them into, they have control over what exactly they're doing in terms of having ownership in their projects. But if you leave it too wide open, there's too many opportunities for pitfalls. So giving sort of, especially early on, the sort of clear structure about here is a way to approach a research question. We've already vetted it as an organization to know that it's likely to be successful, and that really helps the students stay on track. I run into this in my own research lab. Sometimes I have undergraduate students who are mentees in my lab with great ideas, and we get bogged down in the first few months of just trying to debug them, and we never really get it off the ground because there's too many things to sort out. And so I encourage people when they're thinking about a cure to start simple and build on that experience over time. In terms of what types of the GEP is one of these national cures that's accessible to faculty at primarily undergraduate institutions or teaching institutions. But there are a number of other ones out there. And so there's a lot of opportunities for being engaged through citizen science or these national cure programs to get your foot in the door and start getting warmed up on doing the cures in your classroom and finding a cure that matches your pedagogical goals.
Thank you so much for those comments. I'll hand it off to Professor Miklos, Dr. Miklos next.
I think Laura hinted at this, but I think the key thing for all of us as educators to think about is that we can't always be everything for everyone. So, there are research experiences that are gold-plated, where, you're working with the best cancer researcher in New York City. There's cure implementations where you're working in my lab, you're working in Laura's lab, but you get bogged down because, you're given too much leniency or whatever. There's formatted cures such as really we advocate, or to some extent, I think GEP, where here's a template. It can work in a lot of situations. It can work at scale for a lot of kids. Is it as good as being in the best research lab at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in New York City? No, but that's not the point. The point is there's something we can all do. And every student who participates in a cure might not do all the elements of a cure. They might not come up with their own idea. Maybe it's a little bit somebody else's. They might not use all the tools and methods, but they're using some. They may not have time for that reiteration, but they may have time for some, and some may hit a lot of roadblocks and some may not. Although that may be the number one that may determine the greatest variance in the outcome of cures is actually that tough part of having to have time to reiterate. But okay, it depends. Hopefully you'll get a chance to collaborate and everybody can do that soft skill, which is done so marvelously in a cure. And hopefully you're going to at least make a poster or do some kind of presentation. And hopefully, maybe there'll be more or less evaluation. Evaluation is always something we'd like to do more of. So there's all these like 6 or 7 components that if you did a gold-plated cure, yes, you would probably get into anybody's heaven. But, we're all human. And I think what I would always encourage is everyone to do is do the best you can. Do as many of those 5 or 6 elements of what we know to be a good cure, and be thankful that you're able to do that, and be thankful, and your kids will be thankful for you for doing 5 out of the 6 elements, or 3 out of the 6, or even 1 out of the 6. It's going to be way better than we were 30 years ago when everybody was marching through the phylum. So anyway, I agree with Laura and all of us here. Just always do your best. And when you come to a meeting like this or other meetings, it's funny, sometimes I go to a meeting and even, all the work that I've done that I think is pretty okay. And I go to some meeting and I see somebody and I say, oh boy, I haven't really done so well after all. So it's good to go somewhere and realize, okay, all your efforts are okay, but you can do better. Jim Watson once said, he was my mentor, he said, never be the smartest person in the room. Because if you're the smartest person in the room, yeah, you can tell everybody a lot of stuff, but you yourself will not learn and will not have the opportunity to grow. So, you know, it's great to be in a room where you're not the smartest one, but you can just sort of contribute. So I appreciate this. And I especially appreciate the efforts of people in under-resourced schools or in under-resourced nations, such as Nigeria. You've just got to, try to do your best and realize that there's people that are on your side.
Powerful words, Dr. Miklos. Thank you for that. You have many people on your side. And so, echoing Dr. Reed, echoing you, just start somewhere, make it intentional. Make sure you have the elements of CURE embedded into the research project, and make sure you're evaluating the students to assess what they're learning. That feedback loop is very, very important. And research has actually shown that even if the CURE doesn't succeed based on our very high standards of what success looks like, they've actually gained a lot. They're still gaining, they're still understanding the research. So we really appreciate that feedback from both of you. I do want to open up the same question to Professor Dr. Uday or Dr. Moffat. So again, the question is, how can institutions scale beyond just pilot phases, and especially in resource deprived or resource limited environments? Any words to add?
Yeah, I have a few things I can say. I would say use cures as leverage for external funding. So position institutional infrastructure. Think of NSF, NIH, USDA, expect DOE, multi-year grants that fund staffing and the assessment and the curriculum there. Build industry partnerships as well to offset resource constraints. So companies can provide like in-kind materials, equipment, loans, proprietary real world data sets and mentoring, and can be a pipeline as well for talent. Create sponsored research stream models, so align with industry areas, sponsors, supply problems, materials, or can also give modest annual funding as well. Also, I would say maybe even form a consortium or multi-institution proposals. So shared infrastructures and grants and network models can work and can also help to, centralize some training, have a pool of assessment tools, and can pool resources in general. I'd also say embed cures in required courses too at a university. So the most sustainable scaling happens when cures are built into intro labs and general education or gateway courses rather than just niche electives at the university.
You're stealing our slides. We're going to talk about all these things in the next sessions. This is amazing, but that's essentially the blueprint. Start small and then scale sustainably. Start where you are and then see who's interested. Industry might be interested. Industry may be able to give resources. So I think a lot of the times we're always looking for funding, and funding is key and funding is critical, as Dr. Reed mentioned, but sometimes supports and, acceleration of the research can come in other ways. And I do want to highlight the phenomenal sacrifice that Professor Uday, Dr. Uday has done over the years. We started what is now the CURE program through his leadership of going to the National Institutes of Health, which is a federally, it's an institute, it's an arm of the government, the US government, dedicated to improving health outcomes in the nation. And he would go to the NIH and get discarded equipment. And that's how undergraduates at Bowie State University started doing some meaningful research beyond just, the traditional labs. And so sometimes innovation can go beyond funding. And thank you for that perspective and those salient remarks. In the interest of time, I will highlight this next question from the audience. I think it's a great question. And if you are here, please take a look at the chat. Dr. Miklos has posted some very, very great feedback. And so I think he actually did answer the question, but let me just highlight the question and see if anybody else has any remarks. So this is from a user, Miracle Miss Oma, and she says, Dr. Miklos, regarding, and Professor, I think Professor Miracle, Miss Alma, I apologize if I did not appropriately title you. She says, Dr. Miklos, regarding DNA subway and just simplified workflows and just technology in general, as these tools and bioinformatics ready-made packages are more user-friendly, more automated, how do we ensure that the underlying basic knowledge is still retained rather than treating the software as a black box? So I think we want to scale, we want to democratize access, as everyone has spoken about, but just that core understanding to make sure that it's not lost, to make sure that we do understand the gravity of these innovations that we're privileged to take advantage of.
My answer in the chat was not very good English because I missed a couple words. But it's an interesting question, and I'm going to ask everybody to think about it in a little different way. It's sort of the same question that we had of what is science? For example, if you grew up in science probably 40 years ago or certainly before, somebody might say, oh, I'm doing science because I'm looking for the truth, which is fine. And that sort of tradition of science as seeking the truth actually came from a tradition that came out of Germany. And the people were called the logical positivists. And they literally thought that if you set up an experiment in the right kind of way, there was a direct correspondence between your experimental world and the real world. So they really thought they were looking for objective truth. But 20 or 30 years ago, when people started to interview scientists and, figure out how science worked, they actually found that in general, most scientists weren't showing up at work every day saying, oh, I'm going to figure out the truth. What they were doing is showing up at work most days and trying to solve a problem. Like, I need to get this buffer to work, or I need to get this algorithm to work, or something's wrong with my experimental system. I have to fix it. So that gave way from these two opposing views of science, which is one as seeking truth and one being a problem-solving enterprise. So I'm of the sort that views science as a problem-solving enterprise. And if that's the case, then sort of the objective truth of the stuff you're doing is important, but more important is how do you go about solving a problem? So if I'm using a blast search and I can't remember how to set a K-top value, which I learned, one time ago, but I can't even remember really what they are anymore. 99% of the research that uses, say, a blast search, nobody ever changes the toggles and everybody uses it exactly out of the box. But the thing is they answered a lot of questions by using that thing out of the box that they didn't quite understand. So, although I think if you want to be a, blue-blooded bioinformatician, probably be good to know what's underneath the box. But if you're just trying to solve a problem, it's not so important. It's more important, what is the question? And is that tool appropriate to answer that question? Because that you might have a disconnect, which is not good. So I guess I just fall on the side very strongly that science is a problem-solving venture, that can get you towards something that seems like objective truth. If you were studying cosmology, 100 years ago, you would have thought that there was one galaxy, our Milky Way galaxy. That's it. But if you're studying cosmology now, you would realize that actually the estimate is about 1 trillion galaxies. And Milky Way galaxy is only one of 1 trillion, and each one of them might have 100 billion stars. So I really didn't know the truth at all, 100 years ago in cosmology, and I still don't know the truth. And we don't know all the truth in biology either, but we can work towards it if we solve problems. Sorry, that's a long answer that has to do with the nature of science.
No, it's a great entry to the question. I think it's something that as practitioners and historians of our craft, I think it is important to understand that we're part of this great conversation that existed before us, will continue after us. And so it's a great perspective to have. And I think I mean, I learned something by adopting that perspective of, do I want to know everything or do I just want to solve the problem? And, one may matter more in a different context. It just depends on what the priority is at that moment. And so I believe Dr. Uday has a comment to add to this conversation.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think the question, the way I understand it, is the division between technology today and the teaching of basic concepts of biology. We stand in front of students and we push out a lot of basic concepts that they just memorize and they take the exams and they pass the exams and they move to the next level. And sometimes they even get PhDs without knowing how to investigate, inquire, how to answer basic questions experimentally. And that's where the challenge is. And I studied in Africa and I'm an African. And I saw that happen. I see we train wonderful, very intelligent scientists, but yet we have very basic problems around us that are unsolved. And some of these problems can be solved by, high school students and undergraduate students if they have the tools to do the work. So I think the issue is bridging the gap. The basic concepts are good and fine, but the technologies and the strategies, the handles for solving these problems must also be inculcated into the curriculum. And how do we do that? Is by starting small. Those basic questions some of them don't need sequencers. Some of them don't need even PCR machine. They just need to enter into the bush and ask questions. Ask questions. Why is this plant growing here? Why is it not growing there? Why is this vegetable doing well in Southwest Nigeria, but does not grow in Southeast Nigeria? What is the soil problem? And we send students out to go and make the inquiries. So I think it's a culture more than it is a funding problem. Because there's so many research that can be done without a lot of funding, especially when the teachers and the students are inquisitive. So we can talk some more about this, but I want to encourage my colleagues who have no resources at all. I know that when we started the visit to Godfrey Okoye University in 2011, we were developing our X-rays and pictures in the toilets. Dave and I will enter the toilet room and not care about the smell of the place. Just, we want our picture, we want to see our DNA fingerprint, and we got it. So I say that to challenge us to really, really make do with some of what we have to get to where we are going. And to get there, we shall, but we have to start. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. I will just open it up. Any quick 30-second final comments from our panelists. Thank you for your perspectives. And more than that, thank you for your leadership in this space. Any final comments from anyone?
I would just like to say that, those of us that are involved in cures and having students try to do better research, better kinds of experiments and research, in most parts of the world, this is largely absent from education. In Europe, I still hear, and in China, I still hear today that, students have to wait till they're like juniors and seniors in college to start to really do experiments and do interesting things. And in the US, we're, doing it with high school students and first year undergraduates. So it's actually really an amazing and unique part of the messy American school system and elsewhere that we let kids get their hands dirty with science. And it's a great credit to us all that we need to keep up with it as best we can.
Dr. Moffitt, did you want to add anything?
Sure. Yeah. So along with our life design model here that we're developing is just get curious, get involved, get your hands dirty, dig in. That's what I recommend to students. But if we want to prepare students, not just for the jobs and careers of today, but for discoveries of tomorrow, particularly in the scientific area, then we have to build learning environments, classrooms, and outside experiences where every student has the opportunity to think, question, and create like a scientist. So that's my final thought.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Dr. Uday, if no final thoughts, we will, and Dr. Reed, any final thoughts?
I was just going to add that the students I see now think that there's an answer in the back of the book, and they want to know what that answer is and get to it as efficiently as possible. But in the real world, there is no answer in the back of the book. Jobs are problem solving, as Dr. Miklos said. So part of what I think we can model with research experiences and experiential learning in general is the fact that there isn't an answer in the back of the book, that there is the need to be curious and explore and question what your assumptions and your premises going into a particular scenario. And I think getting our students to appreciate that is probably going to be more valuable to them in the long run than any specific factual knowledge they take out of a college education or any other educational level.
Yeah, thank you. My only addition would be that the only people that will survive this generation and coming generation are people who are able to do things with their hands, who can actually do. Nobody can outsmart AI when it comes to memory and just pushing out answers. Even giving students today an essay to write is almost meaningless because they press a button and they get the essay. You can even publish a book with AI. So it has to be that people have learned how to do stuff in order to continue to be part of this scientific world. So we have to teach ourselves how to do these things and make sure the next generation is equipped to do. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. That was amazing. I took several notes, and I am going to go back to this recording myself and rewatch all of the keynote talks and all of the perspectives that have been shared. We're getting a lot of questions in the chat about, can I please get the recording? This is amazing. This is great. And so on behalf of all of us here at the International Cure Conference, we want to thank once again Dr. Dave Miklos, Executive Director of the Dolan DNA Learning Center. We want to thank Dr. Laura Reed, Director of the Genomics Education Partnership and Professor of Biology at the University of Alabama. We want to thank Dr. Jared Moffett, who is the Executive Director of the Career and Experiential Learning Education Center at Bowie State University. And certainly last but not least, the convener of this conference, Professor Dr. George Uday, who's the chair of the Department of Natural Sciences at Bowie State University. Thank you all so much for your leadership and your expertise. We can't wait to see what's next. And with that, we are going to give the audience a little bit of a break, but also hear from our partners. You know, one of the things that we did this year was actually innovate in the area of undergraduate research publication. One of the things that Dr. Uday, Dr. Reed, and several others have mentioned is, as you are doing this work, give students an opportunity to share that work. Give yourselves an opportunity to share that work, whether it's at conference presentations, national proceedings, conferences like this. And so this year, we partnered with a journal to feature undergraduate research, especially in the global and international education context. This was a huge feat, and we are so pleased, we are so excited to be able to continue to innovate in this area. We received several abstracts, and as you can see in the conference proceedings, there was a very, very strict selection criteria. If yours did not get selected, please review the comments, go back to your team, rework some of the comments, and resubmit. And to actually present some of the innovations that journal is doing and partnering with International Cure Conference and the DNA Learning Center Nigeria is a representative just to give announcements. Dr. Linda Eraga. She is a professor at Delta Polytechnic University in Nigeria. So Dr. Linda, you are welcome to the International Cure Conference. We are so excited to have you. So Dr. Linda, we can't hear you.
She's on mute.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, the convener and the organizers of this conference, and for this opportunity to promote the ROKGP journals. The ROKPG journals was officially launched in April 2025 and is an independent academics publisher dedicated to advancing scholarly research communications through open access platforms. It has its vision to become a leading global hub for scholarly excellence, empowering researchers with visions, accessibility, and impact, visibility, accessibility, and impact. Can you see my slide, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So launched in April 2025 this year, the initiative has already published its maiden issues in 5 journals. And it has maintained a rigorous editorial and peer review process to ensure sorry. I can't.
Linda, we can hear you.
Okay,
Your slides
okay.
Your slides are not moving.
I think I'm fine. Okay, so I said the journal maintained a rigorous peer review process to ensure rigorous and critical review, maintaining integrity. It's currently indexing Google Scholar, enhancing discoverability and academic research. We are happy to and proud to announce the recent launch of the ROKP Journals of Undergraduate Research in STEM, which actually aligns perfectly with the focus of this conference. It's a newly established platform dedicated to promoting, advancing, and showcasing high-quality undergraduate research across the STEM disciplines. The journal is committed to providing global visibility for outstanding student-led studies while nurturing the next generation of innovators and scholars while published with us. Basically, we are author-friendly publishing, author have publishing experience, and we have discounted article processing fee because we understand some of the challenges of conducting research globally. We also have easy online submission, and we have quality, speed, and integrity. We have experienced editorial board, having experienced editorial board team members that work behind the scene. We have rapid reach and recognition, and we call you to action today. So please submit your next research manuscript to our journal by scanning the QR code or just clicking on the link. You can also submit directly via the email. You can contact us through our social media channels, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So this is a promo site, portfolio that has more information for you. In the book of proceedings, you have it, and you can see a comprehensive overview of our activities. Once again, I want to encourage youth, us here and beyond, to consider engaging with the Journal of Undergraduate Research in STEMs so that we can offer global visibility for astounding student research, thereby encouraging students, nurturing the next generations of innovators and scholars. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Linda. Does anybody have any questions for Dr. Iraga?
So there's one question
Okay.
that says, please, when is the deadline for manuscript submission? So people are already thinking to submit for the next issue. So when is the next issue coming out, and when is the deadline to submit?
Next issue is currently ongoing. You can submit right now. You can submit anytime, but bear in mind that it goes through rigorous peer review process, and we are quickly good at it. So you don't expect to submit a journal today and you want to publish it in 48 hours. We don't do that. We go through in review globally, and people put in their contributions to specifically improve the quality of your research. And because of that, we take our time. So you can submit at any time, and the process just keep going on. And our publication is ongoing. We publish quarterly, and at every time you are able to submit these manuscripts, you are able to join in the publication of the current issue. Then when is the next issue, we move to the next. So it's a continuous publication model. We don't have to keep your journal waiting for another quarter or another half a year just because we publish that long. So every time your journal goes through the peer review process and it has gotten approval by the editorial team, it goes into publication immediately. Now I'm seeing sorry, I got a question, what's the publication fee? The publication fee, like I said, you can get it on the website, but we also do give very huge discounts to enable research and a publication of good quality work across the globe, especially Africa, because we understand the challenge of having done research, and like Professor Miklos said, buttressing the challenges we do have here. So we do give that from time to time, and there are basic times that we do periodic waivers. We give that advert for free waivers for a period of time. Now for the undergraduate research journals, we have discounted extremely high on that, and you can see it on the website. We discounted over 92.5% of the handling fee, and what undergraduates now basically need to pay is about $26.25. But we are not bent on if you don't have the funds, we don't publish. No, we push for quality research to become visible, not to be financially constrained. I don't know if I can see other questions, please.
Yes, and for those who are asking for how to...
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I actually joined the presentation midway. So I wanted to find out the the scope of the journal, then the areas that the journal cover. Do you have a specific journal for management sciences? Because as a matter of fact, that's my area of interest. And
Definitely. Okay, can I answer your questions quickly so that we don't take much of time
yeah.
here? We have a portfolio of journals that spans the sciences and medical sciences, social sciences, accounting, management. So in that, if you have your book of proceeding on page 42 of the proceeding, you see a complete spotlight and poster that gives you a summary. You can click on the link and you get every other information. Now, for your specific interest, management journal, we do have management journal that is currently publishing.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you so
Okay.
much for that question. We are going to move ahead in the interest of time. For that professor who asked that question, Professor Yang, please follow up with the journals. We did put the presentation in the chat, so you can contact RKGP directly, and their team is extremely responsive throughout this process. We saw them responding at all hours of the day, giving feedback to researchers as to their abstracts and their publications. So it's an intrepid team. They are a dynamic team. And this is a huge innovation. And the International Cure Conference is extremely proud and privileged to partner with RKGP. So thank you, Dr. Linda Iraga,
Thank you,
the
Dr.
representative.
Thank you, the convener. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And up next, so we've heard a lot from Bowie State University. We've heard the president, we've heard the provost, both President Dr. Aminta Bro and Provost Dr. Guy Alain Imosu. You've also heard from Dr. Jared Moffett, who is the director, the executive director for the Center for Experiential Learning and Career Readiness. And so we want to highlight some of the programs that Bowie State University has, because we want your students to come to Bowie State University. You know, this is a very intentional and strategic approach. And here to discuss one of our master's programs in applied biotechnology and molecular biology is Dr. Supriyo Ray, the graduate coordinator for the Department of Natural Sciences, and also one of the key steering committee members for this program. Dr. Ray, welcome to the International Cure Conference.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. And first, I want to congratulate Dr. Uday and Dr. Ismai for revolution. With all the, you know, the experiential learning through CURE that has been infused in the department. So the graduate programs are, you know, a natural course. And I had the privilege under the guidance of Dr. Uday, and Dr. Ismai herself was one of the key steering members. And we were all lucky to have this program over here, and I have the privilege to leading this. So it is my honor and privilege to introduce this Masters of Science in Applied Biotech and Molecular Biology. And why the program overview is like our program. There are a lot of programs, master's programs in this Maryland, Virginia, and DC area. But where we stand out is we are much more affordable. Our prices are actually much more comparable to that of Texas, which is perhaps one of the cheapest states in the United States. And we provide, there are a lot of master's program, but some of them, majority in this Maryland area, either they focus mostly on theoretical part, or they are, you know, they are much more focused towards training students for the managerial positions. But here our program is much more as the CURE program is like the experiential learning is very important, and same here for the master's program also. Our much more we have a strong focus on hands-on training in molecular biology, drug discovery, cell biology, bioinformatics, and biochemistry. And because if you look into this DMV area, we have the third largest concentrations of bioceutical and biotech companies in the country. So why choose our program? So we have a comprehensive curriculum which focuses both on cell biology, plant microbial technology, micros, plant biology, and also cell biology, so animal cells. So we cover everything. And of course, the hands-on training, the students have research opportunities. We have faculties who have training from, College Park, UMBC, John Hopkins, Harvard, UCLA, UCSD. So if you look at our if you look at our faculty list, they are very, very highly trained. So and that's where the research opportunities are coming from. We focus on professional development. We focus on grant writing, manuscript preparation, experimental design, because those are the soft skills which are very important for our students and for future jobs. We have industry connections, so we network with the industry. And recently this summer we had a program through BioHub where the students trained in the they had a hands-on training to get trained and learn about this whole biotech industry in the DMV area, and they got a certificate for that after 1 week of training. And we have so our program and everything, we are focusing on the holistic development for the career success of our students. And employability is our major focus, like our students are employable. So at this moment, how it stands is we have a thesis track and a non-thesis track, where thesis track is 36 credits with 21 credits of core courses and 15 credits of electives and research, while the non-thesis is like 9 credits of electives with comprehensive exam. Our core curriculum and training is focused on advanced molecular biology, and we have the privilege of excellent focus on plant biology. And we have faculty from USDA, Cornell, experience from Cornell University, and College Park, and it's and plant metabolomics. And we are doing high-end research in molecular biology. Our faculties have been supported by grants from USDA, NSF, and all the federal NASA and NEST. So we have been covering all bases. So we have faculties who are not only focusing on drug discovery using bioinformatic tools, but we have also chemists who are synthesizing drugs, novel drugs, and testing them. So that is also our focus. Bioinformatics faculties are focusing on drug targets and testing drugs, in silico. We also have cell biology and biochemistry. Then it goes on to test the drugs on the cells and then looking at the pathways. So what are we focusing on? So the career pathways our students are where we are training our students towards are research specialists, genomic scientists, laboratory directors, process developers, and microbiologists. So for our students, mostly it is self-supported, but graduate assistantships are is highly competitive. But in terms of student resources, we are providing writing assistance in our library, and also in the graduate school, we have writing assistance program. We have study spaces for our students so that they can do long hours and they have accessibility to the computers. and disability support services, and definitely one-on-one faculty mentorship. So here at this moment, we have at least 16 master students at this moment who are in the program, and a lot of them are going to graduate next semester. So because we have a close-knit group and we have the faculty, we have at least 23 PhDs in the department. So we have a very good ratio and there is a one-on-one relationship with the students. So I would strongly encourage to to start applying today. The applications are open. Miss Anne Okonkwo, who is a graduate secretary and a huge help in the program, and this is her number and her email ID. So please don't hesitate to contact her and myself, sray@bowiestate.edu, if you have any questions and if you have any concerns. And I would strongly encourage all to apply to Bowie State. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Dr. Ray. We appreciate your feedback. Really want to give you a lot of credit. It it takes a lot to bring a program to life, as you rightly said. And one of the things that is phenomenal about the ABMB program is our proximity to national labs, to industry, and the seamless integration. And it was very intentional from the very beginning. I remember that you met and Dr. Uday, myself, and but really that initial idea of we want our students to be employable. We want our students to be the next great leaders in the biotechnology space, and partnering with industry experts in our region has been the game changer, has made
Absolutely.
the difference. And so please, 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 if you know anyone who is seeking to come to the United States to expand their education or just to come and do some sort of research, and this invitation is for faculty as well. We've had faculty who've come maybe for a week, a month, 2 months, and have studied and have worked with Dr. Ray and several others. The invitation is open. Bowie State University is open for business. So thank you, Dr. Ray, for your leadership. We appreciate your efforts in this area. So Miss Anne Okonkwo is actually here. She is in the chat, and so we are going to tag her. If you know anybody who wants to find out more about the program, please go ahead and message them so that we can connect shop, as they say. If you downloaded the conference proceedings from the very beginning, and we will reshare that in the chat, all the information about DNA Learning Center and their amazing workshops are in the conference proceedings. So we will go ahead and reshare that link in the chat. Please, please, please save the information. They have ongoing workshops and they are teaching both faculty, they're teaching students, they're teaching everybody to gain the necessary skills in molecular biology and applied biotechnology. And so we are going to go next. I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Uday for his keynote talk. But I do want to say, please hang on. We do have 7 different faculty members who are teaching cures in different areas: chemistry, physics, biotechnology, zoology, environmental sciences, molecular biology. They are going to come on and host breakout sessions so that you can hear from them directly. How are they creating their cures? How are they implementing it? What was the success? Did they change anything? What did the students think about their cures? So we want not just theoretical conversation, we want actual practitioners who have done cures to present their work. And so without any further ado, Dr. Uday, over to you. Thank you so much for giving the keynote. We're going to do a deep dive now into cures. What are cures? How do we do cures? And to make sure that we are engaging cures. Over to you, Dr. Uday.
Okay, thank you so much again, Dr. Esimai, and thank you, participants, for continuing to stay. This is not a 3 days conference. This is just 4 hours conference. So we are going to make sure that we get something out of it. So this is it's a deep dive. A deep dive means I'm going to become very a little bit specific about what we do or what I have done with Cure in my career and also here at Bowie State University. It's been said over and over, and if you have been listening, you know that experiential learning is not something we can run away from. It's not something we can continue to ignore or make excuses for, because the United Nations, and other organizations, international organizations, have made it very clear that this is the way to go. And you can see that money is going in that direction. National Science Foundation funds it, and other funding agencies will give money for this, especially where grants are respected. And those of us that are in Africa, in Nigeria, it's time to start exploring international funding opportunities, because there are still countries that are willing to give us money. So the goal is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. So it's good to know that the greatest population of scholars are the undergraduates everywhere in the world. Unfortunately, we have ignored that massive number of people, young people from age 17 through 21, them in their most active state. We ignore them because for so many reasons, and we focus on master's degree and PhD. So by the time we are getting to graduate school, many of us are still learning the scientific method. We have not practiced it, we are just learning it to do a PhD. And that's why PhD sometimes work are not publishable, because we haven't learned the basics before, that coming to that level of education. So there's so much going on now that I want to point out the fact that the population of students all over the world continues to increase. And I'm sorry. You can see this is 2000, and in 2023, we went from 100 million to about 264 million students in the tertiary institutions all over the world. And what are we doing with that population? We can do a lot more with them than we are doing just at giving them lectures and having them take notes and pass our exams. And many of these people, if you look at my graph here, you see that women are actually top in the list. Fewer and fewer men are desiring not to go to school. I mean, many men are desiring not to be in school and becoming entrepreneurs and doing other things with their lives. But our women are definitely top in the chart. So the untapped population of undergraduate students. And why is that? I want to give you a few statistics. In the US alone, we have 18.4 million students that are undergrads. Now, not everybody, undergrads who can either be trained to investigate the environments, to make inquiries in the environment, or left alone, in the classrooms. And globally, this is worse in other nations of the world, where again there are no infrastructures. And why do we leave them alone? We leave them alone because sometimes there are no resources. There is a knowledge gap. We often dismiss them because, well, they don't have the concept. So we overfeed them with concepts. At the end of the day, all they know are those concepts that we teach them, and they are not able to respond to needs and or provide solutions to things that bother us in our different societies. Something is blocking. Let me see if I can get rid of this bar that is here. Okay, I'm able to do that. So why does research matter? Why do we need to actually do research? Again, that's already talked about so much. Students who engage in research have been proven to be very different. As a matter of fact, I had a student in my class, in one of my CURE classes, who was failing until we started CURE. And when we started the CURE program, he rediscovered himself and found out that science can actually be enriching. And that's how he went from being hands-on to learning concepts to reading textbooks and not vice versa. Sometimes they learn to read and memorize before they start appreciating us. But this student went from hands-on to actually learn. So we have come to know that they have higher GPAs, they are more likely to graduate on time than others, are better prepared for careers and graduate school. Of course, capstone projects and internships, are not enough, but those are one-time projects, and usually they are ill-prepared to even do the capstone because we didn't start on time. So how does course-based CURE solve these problems? CURE, again, leaves nobody behind. If I'm teaching 30 students, they are all participating in the research. I'll give you an example. Bowie State University is a small campus, but surrounded by nature. It's been here for many, many years, and not much research has happened in our environment. So one of the things we did was, students, you go collect all the mushrooms you can find at Bowie State University, in the bushes, in the forests around us. And my students went and collected about 67 or so samples. And when we barcoded them, we narrowed them down to about 3 different genuses. And they were able to actually now compare the wild type mushrooms to the grocery sold mushrooms. And that paper is actually being reviewed now for publication. So there are so many things in our environment that we can do. So, but for Bowie State, one thing we have done is being able to build CURE from basic to complex. So we're scaffolding the learning, knowledge, skills, and acquisition from year 1 to year 4. I'm going to talk about it some more. So every student participates, no GPA is stopping. Your research is embedded in the curriculum, not extracurricular. You don't have to, you do it while you're taking the course. It's not come back in the night and come and do it. No, you do it right there in your course. So you can't escape it. That's the way it is. That's what CURE does for everybody. Guidance and mentorship of faculty experts, because faculty is also interested in seeing that this research is published. They are there to guide the students. The collaboration with peers and industry experts also is very useful, because now students form a cohesive research team among themselves. And even in fact, sometimes they carry it beyond graduation to graduate school and even into their career life. That relationship. So course-based research experiences, again, removes barriers to access, scalability, adaptable to resource-limited environments. In Africa, I see this very, very beneficial, that CURE can be scaled. You can reduce the complexity, you can increase the complexity based on the funding that's available. And again, it enables us to allow students to solve real-life problems in our society. If you look at when there was COVID, I don't know how much we contributed to COVID solutions in certain parts of the world, because we had a population of scientists that didn't have the tools to do what they needed to do. It's not that they didn't know the information, but we didn't have the tools and the necessary skill sets. So we depended on importation for everything that happened. But in the next generation of scientists we must train must be those who are capable of solving very important environmental problems that's touching our different societies. So cures are the great equalizer in solving the challenge of undergraduate research. Now, the cross-curricular cure with the best practice. Somebody will say, what is cross-curricular? If you give me a minute, I'll show you what it is in my next slide. But what this we're referring, basically many people, many schools that we have studied that does cure, they do it first year. People are selective. They say, okay, we're going to do cure first year, and then we're going to do capstone. And we don't get many schools that want to do cure throughout 4 years of the student's life or 5 years, depending on which course that they are taking. So the cross-curricular style or strategy, which we have, has been very, very beneficial here at Bowie. And what it is that it allows the students to experience cure from first year in various classes. Let's say you're teaching, you have to take 30 classes before you graduate with different professors in different specialties. Then you are learning research tools from each of those professors by engaging in research in those professors' classes. So by the time you are finishing, you are very well equipped. And just to show you what a cross-curricular cure looks like, we have this diagram for Bowie State, for the Natural Science Department at Bowie State University. If you look at it closely, you see at the middle here, if you are seeing my cursor, you see Biology 102. Freshman classes. Once a student comes in, the mandatory class that they take is Biology 102. And in that Biology 102, they now have opportunity to experience research, DNA barcoding research, cellular biology, bioinformatics, because these are different professors that teach these different sections of this class. So a student can actually choose a section based on the direction they want to go. If they want to go to the direction of bioinformatics, they take the section where pure bioinformatics is being taught. The same thing with cellular biology. Then they go to 103, which is a zoology class. With Dr. Wiley here, they will do animal ecology. They will go and study birds. And they go to the water bodies and look at turtles and all of that and do some inner studies. 105 is botany. We have so many botany research for freshmen. So every student takes this class so you can see how they're growing in their skill set. And then they go to plant biotechnology. They go to Chem 107, drug analysis 209, genetics, physics 251, experimental physics 252. And then it comes to biology 303, which has been my class for a donkey years now. I'm teaching this class. Now we started with barcoding, but we are doing metagenomics now. And of course, other kinds of research are being done right now in biology 303. And it goes to biology 309, which is microbiology. They experience mycology research, antibiotic resistance, 313 cellular biology. And then it goes on and on. It comes to biology 42 for genetic engineering, plant biotechnology. Now, I want you to imagine a single student going through our program who now has learned how to do research all across these subject areas. I don't mean just do research, but they're able to generate data in all of these areas, and they are all able to publish in all of these areas because they must publish a poster that's able to go to that they can take to international conferences, national conferences, and they have gone to present anywhere that their abstracts would have been accepted. So this is what we call cross-curricular cures at Bowie State University, and we're continuing to expand this. We are now in the nursing. The nursing department is doing cure. We are reaching out to computer science. So cure is not just for sciences, by the way. Anybody can do cure. So this type of program is what we're looking for, where by the time they graduate, they can go straight to a PhD program because they are tooled to do research. So building research identity. Q allows students to identify very early in their career what they really, really want to do. Students develop documented knowledge, skills, and abilities. Students learn to present and communicate research effectively, enter graduate programs with clarity and confidence. Sometimes people just choose their careers based on what is available. And then they finish the degree and they find out that they have wasted their time, and they start retraining. Most people that I have met who have come out to the West from Africa, when they come here, they go back to school. Many of them go back to school to start retraining, because now they see that what they studied wasn't actually what they wanted to do with their lives. And that's a waste of time when you have wasted 10 years of your life doing something that you really didn't want to do. Early implementation of research will give us clarity and opportunity to really focus on time. So you're not trying to know whom you find out, discover yourself when you're 40 or when you're 35, when we should actually be planning to retire. PhD students often need 3 semesters to do what we call lab rotations. Cure wipes that away, because now the student is very informed and can easily move on to what they want to do. So case study, very quickly, I conducted many years ago, longitudinal microbiome assessments of soil water bodies at BSU. And what that was about was just collecting samples, water samples and soil samples in different seasons, summer, fall, winter, semesters. So we have the spring semester, the fall semester, the summer, and the winter. So 3 seasons, different temperature levels. And looking at the population of bacteria and the type of bacteria that grew in those seasons. I had students for all those semesters, several years doing it. I generated a massive amount of data that you can actually look at what is happening in the microbiome populations in the water bodies at Bowie State University. That's again, that data is there, awaiting publication. And when I have my time, I'll begin to work on that publication. So it builds technical skills and environmental awareness, model of sustained authentic research engagement, and attend the break. What's this? Yeah, if you will attend my breakout session, you will get a better understanding of the longitudinal microbiome assessment. We do have all our faculty in Bowie State that have done CURE available at a breakout session to help you understand. If it's in physics, if it's in chemistry, if it's in nursing, you can actually ask specific questions and get help. Now, capacity building. Start with available resources. Don't say, I don't have. I just told the story about how we use the toilets, the bathroom, as a dark room to develop our pictures. That was before the, now you have cell phones you can use to take pictures. Now that was different. You have to take the picture, you have to wait in the dark room to develop it. And that the toilets served us as well. But the same university now has a biotechnology lab. That the same university is hosting DNA Learning Center Nigeria, but you have to start from somewhere. So focus on teaching students the research method in your discipline and the transferable skills they will gain. Microbiology has a different research method. Botany has different. Chemistry has. So we need to start teaching them these methods on time. Outcomes are achievable. We worry about big outcomes, but outcomes are achievable regardless of scale. I said here, stay agile. Agility and intentionality are very important in resource-limited environments. Be ready to pivot and pay attention to the student learning gains. So no more excuses. So looking ahead, institutionalizing cures is a viable framework. At Bowie State University, cure has been institutionalized because in a way, in the sense that Bowie is funding our cure program. They are making money, but there's a budget for it, at least for the next, it was 5 years block, but in 2 years, we'll be reviewing it. I'm sure they're going to continue because we see the impact it's making. So I advise that you reach out to your administrators, reach out to your provost, your VC, and say, map out money for this project. Sometimes we shy away from going to talk to them. They don't know. They can continue to build buildings and build other infrastructure, build road and pour concrete. If they don't know that you need this soft money for this kind of thing, they will not give it to you. So, and let cure run from across the years, not just one time and it disappears. Let there be faculty members that are known to do cure in your programs. Train faculty to embed inquiry into their teaching. The reason DNLS in Nigeria exists is to help you to train, renew the faculty members who have not been in research for a long time. You can go there and take a refresher course, and that can and then you can go back to the class and do something differently. So our vision is a research-ready, inquiry-driven undergraduate population solving real-world problems. That's the vision that's what we are pushing across the globe. We can't continue to leave our undergrads unprepared. With that, I want to say thank you for listening to me. I hope you heard me, and if you have any questions, I'm available and willing to take those questions. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Esima, are you still here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I do not see any questions in the chat at the moment. Faculty and students or researchers were asking about funding for those applying to our graduate programs here at Bowie State University. Dr. Ray has expertly responded to their questions, and so we expect to see an increased enrollment for our graduate programs. And with that, we just want to yield the floor to Provost Amusu for his keynote. Dr. Ude, would you mind doing the honors?
Yes, I will do that. But before Dr. Amusu goes, I want to also speak because the Vice Chancellor of Godfrey University is not here. I want to say that Godfrey University has become one of the best private universities in Nigeria, given the provisions they have made and they continue to make for the development and growth of research in that university. They are topping the chart, and I'm also encouraging the other people from other countries who are looking for schools to go to in Africa to consider Godfrey University. The DNA Learning Center resides at Godfrey University, and now the soon coming Center for DNA Forensics and Criminal Investigation will be there. And I'm sure the Godfrey will be building a DNA forensics program very soon. As soon as that project is launched, there will be a DNA forensics program at Godfrey University. So the biology program is sound. I teach there. I'm a visiting professor at Godfrey University. I teach in that program, and I know the rigors. They also have a master's degree in biotechnology, which is also outstanding. So if you can't get to Bowie, consider Godfrey University programs. They are excellent. Excellent. I can put my word for that. So thank you all so much for listening. At this time, I have the opportunity to introduce Dr. Amusu, who is my mentor. I'm happy to have him. And yeah, so Dr. Amusu, you are welcome to take the mic again.
Good morning, conference participant. Can you hear me, Dr. Ude, Dr. Esima?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Well, thank you again for this great opportunity to engage with faculty, students from across the world. The topic of this presentation is building undergraduate research capacity. I've been allocated 15 minutes to discuss this. I will talk about 10 minutes or so, and we'll open the floor for questions. I will start by saying why it is important to build undergraduate research capacity. Undergraduate research has demonstrated that it improves student success, it improves student learning, it improves the need to build a pipeline of scholars, particularly scholars from underrepresented groups, and I'm one of them, and many here belong to that. Research is not just for predominantly white institutions. Research is also for you. Research is also for me. Research is also for us. So it is critical to build undergraduate research capacity. Those who become professors are those who have been trained in doing research. I've been trained in go and get a master's degree, after their bachelor's degree, go and get a PhD. So it starts with us, it starts with you, it starts with the students, it starts with the faculty. And then most importantly, it has to involve the institution. So let me share my journey that had led to my keen interest in undergraduate research. So I did say start with the faculty, right? As a junior faculty at Cal Poly Humboldt and also in France, as part of my lab, I started to work with undergraduate students as a graduate student myself, because my faculty mentor was engaging undergraduate students, and I was assigned to mentor those students. So that's where it does start. It starts with faculty who have a keen interest in building their labs and engage undergraduate students. You do not have to be a senior student or junior or sophomore. I have worked with students as early as freshmen. So engaging students is an important piece of the equation in building capacity. As I was progressing in my journey as a faculty, I went out and wrote grants to support my students, because for me, engaging students is not just about the experience, which is critical, but they need to make money as well, right? So in the US, we have a program funded by the National Science Foundation called the Research Undergraduate Research Undergraduate Experience for Undergraduate Students. You're awarded a grant for 3 years often, and you use these funds to pay student stipend and faculty stipend to engage during the summer with students. So that's another important piece, secure funding to support your students. So again, faculty have an important role to play. That's why I'm sharing my own experience, where faculty see the need to expand their own research and go after funding to support their lab and engaging students and pay them to engage them in their own research. So that's at the faculty level. And there are many ways to engage students. And I will give you some examples of type of engagement that is more than just the faculty, but more than a department or an institution, right? And I would like to address now the institutional piece at various levels, because that's so critical. And I will share the experience here at Bowie State University, but also my experience as a program officer at the National Science Foundation, where in my portfolio, I was awarding grants to faculty at institutions to support students in engaging in research. So the type of experiences includes, you have heard here eloquently from Dr. Ude and prior speakers, course-based undergraduate research is a powerful example on how to do it by embedding into the curriculum engagement for undergraduate research. Capstone projects are good ways to do that. Independent study opportunities. So for students who are listening, right, I would strongly encourage you to reach out to faculty who you know have grants or have funding to support you to engage into their research, to engage into their lab. So that's another important opportunity to engage students, independent study opportunities. Summer research opportunity have to be coordinated and supported by the institution. Here at Bowie State University, when I came on board 13, 14 years ago, a lot of good work was happening. The faculty were engaging in research, but the institution did not have in place an infrastructure that allowed a systematic engagement of students. So we came up with the Summer Undergraduate Research Institute, This year we're celebrating the 10th anniversary. So for the past 10 years, we had formally engaged students, relationship between faculty and students in research. So the Summer Undergraduate Research Institute became a semester-based undergraduate research. It means all semesters, fall, spring, and summer, we have faculty working with groups of students, engage them in faculty's research. We have seen over the past 10 years, over 800 students engaging in research, and some of those students have gone and got their PhDs. About 2 or 3 months ago, we got an email from one of these students who's about to defend his PhD. So that's another important piece. Formalized, structured within the institution to engage faculty and students. Another type of engagement is a service learning research project that could also be a formal way of connecting curriculum and research and engaging faculty and students. So there are diverse ways a department, an institution can engage in research. At the institutional level, let me share a number of aspects, a number of elements, a number of tips that could also be considered. And then I would like to talk about funding and policy, because these are two other important layers to building undergraduate research capacity. It is critical for the institution to intentionally want to transform their curriculum, right? You have a catalog, you have a list of courses that you are offering to your students. So what are intentional ideas to create a pipeline of experiences into the curriculum? That's the institution decision. How those experiences, those courses that you're designing, align with learning outcomes that are providing students with an environment, with the learning that will impact the jobs they're going to do with the career trajectory. So be clear as an institution in the courses that you're offering of defining a pipeline of experiences such as course-based undergraduate research. That's an institutional decision. That's a department decision, right? Another tip is to be very intentional in how soon do we embed teaching research method to students into the classroom. Again, that's part of developing the curriculum and engaging faculty, department chair in clearly identifying ways to enhance the curriculum at the institutional level. To provide you with additional tips, but let me move to policy and funding. Okay. Here at Bowie State University, when we started to build a research infrastructure, there was no direct funding allocation to support undergraduate research, to support research in general. Right? In the US, we have a process to submit grants, to secure funding from federal agencies, from industry, from partners who are interested in funding the research we do here at Bowie State University. So those grants includes two parts. One part is the direct cost to the project. So the funding that is used to pay students, to pay faculty, to pay for travels, to pay for materials. If you're in the sciences, you might need to buy a robot kits. If you're in the natural sciences, you might need to buy reagents to do the lab work. So there are direct costs. But we also have what we call indirect cost that has been, according to a protocol, identified. So here at Bowie State University, our indirect cost rate on salary and benefit is 56%. So this funding comes to the institution, and then the institution has the leverage to decide how they use these funds. So about 8 years ago, we had, I initiated a policy that has been approved by the institution to reallocate 35% of these indirect costs, right? 11% of the indirect costs out of the 35% goes to the principal investigators, in addition to the funding that they have to support the project. 6% of the indirect cost goes to the department, 6% goes to the dean, and 12% of the indirect cost captured goes to the research fund. Why is this important? It allows us, the department, to use the indirect cost reallocation to support their faculty, to support their graduate students, to buy equipment that they may need, to provide release time for a new faculty who's interested in writing a grant. Same thing for the dean. For the research fund at the institutional level, it allows us to sustain the offering of the some undergraduate research institute, as well as the semester-based undergraduate research institute. It allowed us to support faculty, seed them when they want to write a grant. They can apply for through an internal grant and secure some funding up to $8,000, secure some internal funding to allow them to develop initial data and then go after external grant. So this is an example where policy is important. We've seen over the years that those faculty who have received internal grant funding have been successful in go out and acquire larger grants. So at the institutional level, in addition to programmatic activities, such as the CURE program, such as the semester-based or summer-based research, in addition to capstone research opportunity for students. At the institution level, building capacity requires that policies are put in place to support those who want to be engaged in research. Funding is important, but I'm going to stress that funding is not the only thing that is needed to engage students in research, right? We have here at Bowie State University started with almost no funding, right? By encouraging faculty, encouraging students to engage in these learning opportunities. Then we had to put together policy, which I just shared with you, to reallocate indirect costs to fund at various levels these opportunities for faculty and students. Let me mention the last point before I open it for questions. The last point is to build an infrastructure at the institutional level that allows faculty to be successful in acquiring grants and contracts. Here at Bowie State University, we were fortunate that we had an Office of Research and Sponsor Program. And recently, we have created a division for research and innovation that encompasses tech transfer, the Office for Research and Sponsored Program, and other units that are part of our research infrastructure, research and innovation infrastructure. So that's also important. What support is provided to faculty, and I would say in graduate student faculty and graduate students, for them to be successful in going after grants and contract to support their research. So to students who are attending the conference, I have one advice to you. Do not wait until you are a professor to start learning how to write a grant. This is where it starts. Attending this type of conferences, understanding how to write a proposal to submit that to a funding agency or to a company that is interested in supporting your research. Work with your faculty. So learn how to write grants for graduate students, undergraduate, graduate students, and actually faculty. It is an investment in building research capacity, undergraduate research capacity on the campus. So to summarize, and I can go on for a long time, to summarize, it is important for students to reach out to faculty and express their interest in engaging in research. Very important, right? It starts with you students, it starts with your faculty. Because these are the grassroots, right? To build that capacity on the campus. You can build a castle. If nobody comes into the castle, nothing will happen. So faculty and students, you are on the front line in building capacity at an institution. Administrators also have a role to play. Administrators hold the purse strings, hold the power to enable policies. It is also important for them to understand what it takes as administrators to build this infrastructure on campus to enhance research. They have the role to play. Here, we're fortunate that we have an administration that understands the value of research, which led to these systems put in place, these investments put in place. Are we there yet? My answer is no. But the progress we have made over the past few years have led Bowie State University to be acknowledged by the Carnegie to become this past year, a research, an RCU, a research college university. We're aspiring to become an R2. We will continue to make some investment, build some structures on campus to support faculty, but administrators have a role to play. So administrators who are part of this conference, you have a responsibility to enhance on your campuses research, working to support your graduate students, to support your faculty. The last point that I would make is that this cannot happen in silo. You may know what is happening currently in the US, where we have some federal grants, some grants have been canceled. So we have to diversify the sources of funding to support research. Life problems earlier. So if you are in protecting the environment space, or you are into the research related to cyber, there are industries that are interested in those areas. How can they partner with you, faculty, with you, administrators, to provide resources to support your students' engagement in research? So these are few, again, this is a broad topic. I try in these few minutes to share my own experience as an administrator, as a faculty, the journey that we've had here at Bowie State University. I would like to stop here and open to a few questions or comments that folks may have.
Thank you so much, Provost Amosu, for those remarks. And one of the things I just wanted to highlight from your keynote is this institutional commitment to research. It's not a one-time thing. It's not a campaign that lasts for a year. You have continuously advocated, innovated, championed, solutioned research and research ecosystems at Bowie State University, and the institution is benefiting from it. And to highlight the idea that leadership in this area is non-negotiable, you highlighted President Bro's innovations as well. I believe that taken together, making research ecosystems, especially undergraduate research, especially research innovation at the administrative level, and essentially blueprinting that into the strategic goals has been the difference maker at Bowie State University. And we want to thank you for all of your efforts throughout the years. The difference is clear. Everybody now is talking about research at Bowie State University. And so we just want to go to the audience. We have literally time for one question. And while we wait for an audience question, if there's none forthcoming, I do want to take this opportunity. There are different stakeholders in the room: faculty, students, research staff, vice chancellor, so equivalents to your position. If someone wanted to petition administration, to to secure the buy-in of administration to implement policy for research innovation? How should they go about it? Everybody, there are different competing priorities. How can we begin to bring that to the fore?
Well, that's a good question. To administrators around the room, for me, it's about the return on investment. It's the ROI. Why should administrators be interested in research? Because of the ROI. As an institution, our goal is to educate people. Our goal is to get students to graduate. Our goal is to get students to graduate on time. Our goal is to get students to graduate and think about giving back to the institution, right? So if we have engaged them in research, we have engaged them in meaningful learning, because we administrators have put the system in place to support research, undergraduate or graduate research, those students will be better off with these tremendous learning opportunities and graduate on time than if they do not. So for administrators, it's about return on investment. It's about building that pipeline of educated individuals from our respective institutions. And let me be humbled and candid here. We administrators, sometimes we have to be educated, right? We don't know what research is.
I believe his response was clear. Sometimes administrators need to be educated. And so it's a journey that you walk together, approaching administration, showing them the return on investment, because they have a mandate as well, right? And so we just want to thank Provost Amosu for his comments and for those keynote remarks. And we are so excited for you to hear directly from the faculty practitioners themselves. So we are going to deploy our breakout rooms, and here is how it will work. So breakout rooms have already been created. All we have to do when we launch it is for you to pick the breakout session that best fits your current research area. And so we have 7 different breakout sessions for you, and we are going to share our screen. That way you can see what those breakout sessions are. The faculty have already been pre-assigned to the breakout rooms. And so I am going to open up all the rooms right now. They are listed right there. If you do not see the breakout rooms, all you have to do is click your settings or the 3 little dots on Zoom so that you can see all of the breakout sessions listed. Now, let me share my screen so that I can read off the breakout sessions that are possible. So we have in room 1, molecular biology, Professor Ude himself is going to be in that breakout room. We are in breakout room 2, we have zoology, environmental sciences, ecology, all of that. And so please, if you are interested in that, go to breakout room 2. Physics, Dr. Hailu, please take advantage. Biochemistry and biotechnology, Dr. Supriyo Ray, who you heard from earlier. Bioinformatics and data, all things data. Dr. Karnati is going to be anchoring that breakout room 5. Biotechnology, breakout room 6, Dr. Upadhyay. And last but certainly not least, we are so excited to welcome our newest faculty to the Cure family, Dr. Cordelia Obizoba, who's going to be discussing nursing. So please go ahead and join. And if you need any assistance with joining the breakout rooms, let us know and we will assist you. So please go ahead and join the breakout rooms. Get ready to share, get ready to be inspired, get ready to learn. We are going to assign different individuals breakout rooms. So please go ahead and click the breakout room that best matches your research area. All right, we are back in the main session. Everybody was asking for more time, so we know that the conversation was exciting, was beneficial. We saw your feedback, we saw your comments. And so in the next 2 minutes, we want to do this very quickly. We want to ask for one participant from each session, just in 30 seconds, to share what they learned from their breakout session. So we had the 7 different breakout sessions. What is the one thing that you learned or that you are taking away from that breakout session? Can we have the breakout session from physics, the breakout session from zoology, the breakout session from molecular biology, the one for biochemistry and biotechnology, the one that was purely biotechnology, the one for nursing, and the others? One participant each. Feel free to unmute yourself, and as you start talking, we will spotlight you for the audience. Firstly, raise your hand, and then we will spotlight you. Let's see, not to put anybody on the spot, but I do know one individual who was in the bioinformatics session. Let's see if she is still here. I'm trying to see. Okay, someone has raised their hand. Yes, we will go ahead and have Professor Anyanka. Please go ahead.
Good day, everyone.
Yeah, good day.
Good day.
Good day, sir. So, I was in the nursing breakout section. My question was, what are the guides for preparing a research? I learned that the guides for preparing a research first, when there must be a problem. So, with that problem, you go and check for literatures, what have been done about that, like the research that has been done for that particular problem. Then you identify the gap. You try, so your research, the research is basically no need for the research. So
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Professor Anyanka, Mr. Anyanka, Dr. Anyanka, for sharing that. And we are spotlighting Dr. Cordelia Obizoba from Bowie State University Nursing Program. Dr. Obizoba, do you want to give any greetings to the audience and to share feedback on running cures?
Yeah, I greeted them. Interestingly, I had more participants than I even anticipated. And I shared the thoughts of what we are doing in nursing, introducing hands-on research to our students as early as possible. I had to let them know that what my students are learning now is what I learned in my doctoral program, what I did in my doctoral program. So just as Paul just mentioned, you have to have a base. You have to have a researchable question, and that can be gotten from practice. So from the problem in practice, which again, there is nothing that has not been researched by somebody under the sun. So then you have to go to the literature to see what has been done, the gap that is created from what has been done, and that gap is what you want to close by collecting data, designing questions that will answer the question for the gap. That's what we talked about. So it starts from problem in practice, which after you collect data, answer the questions, disseminate the data, put it into practice, and this works, then it becomes evidence-based, which again loops back into practice to solve problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abuzova, and thank you for championing cures in the nursing program. Dr. Abuzova came to one of the Cure Institutes that we had, the training for faculty, about 2 years ago, and she's doing cures, the first faculty in nursing to do cures. So thank you for all your sacrifice. Your students absolutely love your teaching, they love your cures, and they're very engaged. In the interest of time, we will do this. We will go ahead actually to the next talk. We're going to shift the conversation from the breakout sessions to the chat because we want to make sure that we keep the conversation going. So for each of the other 6 breakout sessions, can we have participants put in the chat first your name, your university, and what is the one thing that you are taking from your breakout session? Did the faculty member inspire you? Did you meet a new connection? Are you interested in collaborating with someone? This is the chance to put that in the chat so that we can keep the conversation going. I am going to bring to the stage Mr. Michael Okoro, who is the Deputy Director of the DNA Learning Center Nigeria, who is going to be giving brief remarks for his talk. So, Mr. Okoro, if you are here, go ahead, and if not, I will step in briefly for my portion of the talk and give very brief remarks as well. Mr. Okoro.
Okay. I'm here. Good evening, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you're calling from. Thank you so much for this time. I think I have about 10 minutes, and I'm going to share my slide. So okay, again, thank you so much for being here. My name is Michael Okoro, and I'm excited because 2 of my mentors and great teachers are also here, probably listening to me. It's a difficult thing to talk when your mentors are around, but then you just have to find something to say. So I've been here in Nigeria for the last 5 years after getting my master's program done at the US and then being mentored by Dr. Dave Miklos and Professor George Uday. So I'm talking about the challenges of building in a place like Nigeria or Africa, the lessons we've learned and how we are making things work here. So just to refresh your mind that Africa is not poor by any standards. We are rich in natural resources, but more important, we are also rich in intellectual resource. So what's the problem?
Yes, please.
And just in case you're going to leave us anytime soon, remember
Sorry, Mr. Michael.
that every nation needs advanced laboratories because it's vital for
Mr.
our
Michael?
regions and ultimately the entire world.
Mr. Michael?
For instance,
Mr. Michael? So sorry. Could you reshare your slides, please?
okay, it's not shared.
It was shared. Our error.
Okay, so okay. Can you all see it now?
Yes.
Okay. So for you to ensure that there is global coordination, every region needs an advanced lab. Quite recently, we had a COVID outbreak and everyone was scampering for support. But then it was important because every region could contribute from wherever they are without having to travel or move away. So it's important that we build local capacity and help to make informed decisions that will help to build modern collaboration. So at DNA LC Nigeria, we are an affiliate of DNA LC New York, and we are now leading an era in the science education system in Africa that will help us to build capacity in biotechnology and genomic science. Over the years, we've moved from molecular biology training into full-scale genomics, bioinformatics, and now forensic science education. The vision, of course, on our website and our mission is to be a reference point in excellence for science training, where we are pioneering hands-on STEM learning, building local capacity for research, and then providing infrastructure, which is important where none was existing. So I'm going to take you through memory lane in the pictures you're seeing now shortly. Sometime in 2011, Dr. Dave joined his friend, Professor George Day, to come to a little Catholic university, as Dave puts it, in the heart of Enugu, where there were no labs, were no functional things, but very curious staff and students, and of course, a willing, supportive administrative system to help to do the things they wanted. You're seeing very nice pictures now, but what I will show you in the next slide is how far we've come to where we are now working with the government to develop capacity. In the beginning, what I showed you previously was a biotech lab. 2019, the birth of DNA-LC Nigeria, where we got a license of $300,000 for free from Dave Miklos at DNA-LC New York and Cosmic Harbor Lab. Today, we are now a name in the national space, where we are now discussing how to help other states and, of course, other countries grow their science laboratory systems. So in 2011, the pictures that you see now was what the lab looked like. So we tore it apart and was able to rebuild and remake something that could help faculty and students get trained in basic biotechnology hands-on techniques. And by 2019, we got this building from Godfrey Okoye that you see here on your left, the second level. And we remodeled it with a funding and support from Dave and, of course, the US Consulate and, of course, other partners that we have, that we are now able to host students from every part of the world, hold workshops, host programs, and, of course, courses. Now, as we continue to advance to build up our facilities and our infrastructure, what we are mindful of is where we started from and where we are headed to. Students come from as far as 30 kilometers away to come and learn genomics. And what we see is that students can actually get on the plane from Abuja, which is the northern part of Nigeria, and fly to the Learning Center to come to do hands-on. And that is not because there is no money in Abuja or in the northern part of Nigeria to build these labs, but we have a lack of political will, poor leadership, and the manpower to be able to help these students. And this is where DNA-LC comes in. But it hasn't been all rosy. It hasn't been all nice for us. Three things we've seen over the decade of our operations here in Nigeria is what I titled the 3 A's. One is the ability to purchase reagents, procure equipment with little to no resources. So most of the times we depend on the benevolence of DNA Learning Center New York to ship to us boxes of reagents that we don't pay for. And we get to train students on highly subsidized rates. And that's because we are fighting for the very soul of science education here in this part of the world. From 2019, we began to fight for acceptability for the DNA-LC vision, which is to make science available to every student, no matter where you are in this part of the continent. Now, 2024, we are now seeing that while we are fighting to implement these in various universities and tertiary institutions, secondary schools, there are limitations that we are facing in the curriculum of the African continent. And of course, its applicability in jobs and of course in the industries, which is why this theme for this year is important. Now, the science education problem in Africa, I put it as three-pronged. One is that we have limited practical training. Number two, we have weak infrastructure that stems, of course, from poor funding. Three, there's a gap between the curriculum thought and, of course, what the global standards require right now. So most African students graduate without ever doing any kind of lab work. And that is chaotic because all of us are going to play on the same field. We're going to apply to the same graduate schools, work in the same labs. And if they have never seen a pipette or even extracted DNA before, then it becomes a problem for them to be able to collaborate with other scientists from other parts of the world. Number two, most of the schools lack functional labs, equipment, or even the scientific tools, largely because the funding is not there. And number three, our kind of science education in Africa, because of the kind of leadership we've had over the years, lags behind because there is no bridge between what we are learning and how to use it in our sectors, in our industries, in our businesses. So it limits innovation and, of course, competitiveness. So at DNALC Nigeria, what we've decided, with the support of all our benefactors and our friends, is to take the bold steps to close these gaps through innovation, partnerships, and world-class facilities. Now, here's how we are solving these problems. 5 things. 1, we are building partnership and collaborations across all board. 2, we are invested in teacher training capacity and human development. So you see most of the times we have mostly funded teacher training programs. Number 3, we are building fundraising systems so that and grant writing opportunities so that we can expand how much we can do across all boards. Currently, we are going to be doing an all ladies STEM training program funded by one of our friends, DNA Learning Center, and the president of the Tracy Foundation. And the idea is that we have more ladies, young ladies who are out of school who can do proper science because there is no money. So we have friends who are taking up little opportunities chunks by chunk to make sure that every student, every female student, scientist or not, gets to come to DNALC Nigeria and do a hands-on course that can open their world and tell them that it is possible to be a scientist in Africa. And number 5, we are constantly going for outreaches from school to school, from state to state, building youth engagement and communities. I call it a good problem because if students know that with as little as $4,000, which is about 6 million, you can buy a PCR machine and then you can do basic DNA molecular biology, then they're able to find their professors, they're able to find their teachers, of course, their leaders at the local government, council, and of course the state levels to make these things available. So we are already doing a lot of things we talked about here, both in the partnerships with universities, currently with Cold Spring Harbor Lab, DNALC New York, who has been very supportive in ways we can't begin to mention here, for that which we are thankful. Bowie State University, Professor George Ude, who travels to and fro Nigeria, hand-carrying equipment, and of course reagents for us. And then of course other international labs that we are collaborating with. We train lecturers, school teachers, lab scientists, ensuring long-term sustainability. And then we leverage grants across all boards. And then we are now expanding our programs every year. So currently, we are adopting new programs because we are working with schools to build courses and programs tailored towards them. Currently, we are working with nursing colleges and medical colleges to tailor-make programs that will help their students understand lab work from their perspective, either as a medical doctor, a biochemistry student, or a biotechnologist. So the case study I just want to mention in 1 minute is what we have seen while we're trying so hard with a government partnership to build a place we call the Science City, because we wanted to integrate everything happening at once. Initially, the plan was to help the government to enhance science education in the forensic level. But we discovered that we don't even have proper strategies as a whole government to make these things work at regional levels. So in this building, we are building up a forensic center, training center, research center, a STEM innovation hubs, and then of course, communication center. And that is because we are making sure that each of these centers can run on their own, independent of one another, but contribute to the entire science discussion happening at the national level. Now, why are we doing this? It is because the greatest need we have, like we discussed earlier, is that we are not able to merge the educational qualifications we have to applications. So it's worrisome that a whole nation will have an election and a judicial system will refuse to adopt forensic evidence because it is not enshrined in the Constitution to use forensic evidence in the law courts. So whether you catch somebody red-handed in this country or in this part of the world, it might not be worth it because it is not adoptable. So we are working hard to begin to push for the adoption of forensic evidence, because this is science education at a level where continent needs to begin to do these things for modern science, whether at molecular biology level, DNA fingerprinting, or cybersecurity or medical diagnostics, that this data is real and it can help make informed decisions. So if we begin by helping our government know that crime can be solved, then it makes a whole lot of sense for them to begin to invest in funding science education. Now, what is the elephant in the room? Now, whether we are talking about the chaotic economic landscape that leads to fluctuating prices in building materials, or getting OEMs, which is, of course, organizations of equipment manufacturers, to build equipment and supplies tailored towards Africa, the gray area is lack of skilled manpower to build proper laboratory structures. So we've discovered that we can have large buildings, but not properly built. So if you are not going to stop your job and sit with them to do proper measurements, to do proper piping, to do proper electricity ducting, you will just come in and you would be amazed. Even though there is a properly drawn architectural plan, mechanical engineering plan, structural engineering plan, they have the plan in their hands, but the gray area nobody talks about is that we have not invested in skilled artisans who can translate what was drawn into what's supposed to be, so that we can have a lab where we have flowing air is flowing, the lab is working, light is coming in, and it's properly managed. So why have we come here? It is because we have a small team that is helping to make this happen at the Learning Center. Our goal, again, is to make sure that we continue to democratize access to science education, because as young as I was in 2013, I left Nigeria fully paid for by Cold Spring Harbor Lab, DNA Center, New York. Dave Miklos funded that, and my life has not remained the same after that single experience of extracting DNA. You see, something as common as that could influence an entire generation. And up to date, we've trained at least 1,000 students, not just faculty, now 1,000 students in hands-on. And these students have traveled abroad. Some of them are in Canada, in the United States, the UK, doing graduate school programs, and confident to continue to thrive. But the problem is, while they leave us here in Nigeria, how do we retain these people that we have now trained? And that's, of course, a different story for a different day. But I thank my team at the Learning Center who make things happen. We have a small team, and we try our best to make sure that things continue to happen here. Thank you so much for listening. And if there are questions, I will take that. Again, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael Okoro, who is the Deputy Director of DNA Learning Center. Please take a moment to view the chat. A lot of people have been excited about your talk. The presentation was excellent, sir. A lot of people want to connect. So I think that might be the final question. How can people connect to you and to the DNA LC Nigeria, as well as the new center that you featured?
Okay, so I think if you go through the chats, we are already putting up the links, phone numbers, emails. We are pretty much an organized system now. So someone is always going to pick the call between the hours of 9 a.m., 5 p.m., up to 7 p.m. for extra hours. But after that, we move it to the next day so people can rest and unwind and come back. We take calls on weekends from 9 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. And after that, we move it over to Monday.
That's perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Okoro. And please continue to connect. And kudos, as you rightly said, you are surrounded by your mentors. And it was so wonderful to see them smiling during your talk and to see the evolution. So we will move on to the last portion of today, which is how do we put all of this together? From the institutional standpoint, how do we make sure that we are actually creating cures? And Professor Ude, the convener of the conference, had asked if I could give a very, very short presentation on how to do that and what lessons we can learn from Bowie State University on how to build with impact in mind. And so I'm just going to give a very shortened version of my talk and invite any questions in the chat. So again, the question is, how do we build with impact in mind? How do you build a viable cure program? I'm not going to rehash the statistics, but every single report out there, Sustainable Development Goals, UNESCO, OECD, essentially all are saying the same thing. We have a huge problem with skills, and people do not have enough skills to meet the changing environment and the need for rising up for a workforce for our global economy. And so this idea of KSAs, what are the knowledge, skills, and abilities our undergraduates are learning, is drastically critical. And so there's a huge skills gap crisis, both in the global context and in the United States, where 70% of employers are saying, I actually don't care about your degree. I need to know what you know before I can hire you. Only 24% of graduates feel prepared. And so we are investing a lot of money into education. We need to make sure that we have that return on investment, as Provost Dr. Guy Alain Amosu said. And so the idea is, how do we do more with less? The funding landscape is changing in global contexts, also in the United States. How do we prepare ourselves as institutions of higher education, as faculty members, and as students to rise up to that challenge? And so we need to align more effectively in a more accelerated manner and more sustainably in order to make that work. In other words, new pathways of learning are required for us to remain competitive. And so, I will not go through this. The one thing I will say is that there's actually a decline in just the trust that people have in higher education. Why does it cost as much as it does? How come when people graduate, they're not immediately getting jobs? And so I hope that through this conference, through your being here today, you understand that cures are a scalable, equitable solution to the problem that all of us have talked about today. You can embed research into the coursework. More people have access. They're able to gain meaningful research experience, as Professor Miklos, Dr. Miklos, Dr. Laura Reed, Dr. Jared Moffitt, and so many others said today. Institutions that have cures implemented, they are reporting better learning outcomes, better student success, better return on investment for their graduates. And so they are able to shine. And so again, the CURE framework, you embed research into the classroom, everybody gets to participate. How do we actually do this and implement this and build with impact in mind? And this is really the summary of my talk in one slide. We need a phased approach, we need an evidence-based approach, and we need to align with our existing course structures, make sure we are implementing faculty building, faculty development to ensure that our faculty have the capacity to do that, and make sure that we are aligning everything with our institutional goals. Because at the end of the day, our vice chancellors, our presidents, our provosts, they are concerned with one mandate, which is keeping the institution running. So how can cures fit into those strategic goals so that we can win together? And there are three ways to do that. Very, very simply, intentional scaffolding, making sure we are designing our cures with equity in mind, and making sure we are integrating cures sustainably throughout the curriculum and across the university. What do we mean by intentional scaffolding? What it means is we need an audit of the courses that we currently have. What are the most popular courses? What are those gateway courses? What are the courses that everybody has to take? So at Bowie State University, there is a biology course that most undergraduates in their lifetime across the university have to take that one course. What did we do? We made sure that every single section of that course has a cure. So you cannot escape doing research. If that's the only science course that you take in your undergraduate career, you have experienced authentic research. That's what we mean by intentional scaffolding. So identifying courses whose learning outcomes seamlessly merge with the CURE mandate is something that is very important. Research has shown that the more engaging faculty are in introductory courses, the more students persist in that curriculum, in that major. And so being able to match the right faculty to the course is also very important. What do we mean by equity-driven design? Make sure we prioritize the courses with the highest enrollment. We may not focus on a 400 level course that has 2 students because they need that class to graduate. Maybe we focus on a third year course that 100 students have to take. That's making sure that we saturate the curriculum with research in mind. I do want to point out something that Dr. Laura Reed said, which is very, very important. Oftentimes, we try to do too much when we begin. Structure is more important than outcomes, especially for first-year courses and when you are starting out with cures. Making sure you have the right structure in mind is extremely critical. Making sure the experiment is designed well is something that is very, very important. And as you scale up, as you have more advanced students, then you can give them more leeway. But sometimes giving students too much leeway is actually a detriment to the cure design. And last but not least, sustainable integration. We want to disrupt this mindset and this assumption that cures only exist in STEM. I love the feedback in the chat where people are asking for, social sciences, they're asking for art, they're asking for forensic science, they're asking for social and criminal justice, for cures to be embedded in those disciplines. Cures are viable in any discipline. And so how do we bridge the gap? Well, you reach across and you extend a hand to other departments. How can we partner with nursing? How can we partner with English? How do we partner with media to be able to highlight that research can be deployed in any discipline? And so part of that is coming up with shared themes, shared expertise, and making sure that we are continuing to look and make sure the elements of design that Dr. Laura Reed mentioned, these are the elements of design here. This is what constitutes a cure. Does it have a compelling question? Is the outcome known? Are we iterating? Are we troubleshooting? Are we collaborating? Are we allowing students to talk to faculty and other students? And lastly, is the question relevant and how are we sharing that information? And so training faculty is important, making sure we give faculty what they need. Faculty need training. Faculty want more training. Dr. Amosu, Provost Amosu mentioned offering grants for faculty. That is something that we do at Bowie State University. We may not be able to offer you a lot of money, but maybe we can buy that research equipment that you need to get your research started. Making sure that we are pairing faculty with one another so that they can help each other. The more advanced practitioners of cure can help those who are starting out afresh. And we cannot underscore the need for administrative buy-in and institutional commitment to cures. Who is helping the research environment thrive? So at Bowie State University, there's a whole ecosystem that helps make that happen. Administrative staff are important. Research personnel. The Michael Okoros started out somewhere. They were the research assistants to the Dave Mikloses and the Professor George Udes, and then they are now running things. So making sure that we're making sure that we're creating that ecosystem. We are making sure that we're enhancing the student experience and even asking students what they need, training them for the next step. And the last thing I will say is make sure that your cure class, whatever class you want to deploy this in, you are documenting how it is moving the institution forward, the bottom line and the return on investment. And so with that, I just want to say a huge thank you to my leaders and to those who have made the CURE program at Bowie State University possible, President Aminta H. Bro, Provost Guy Alan Amosu. Title III administration at Bowie State University funds our program, and I want to acknowledge the director, Melilani Sinclair, who has been a champion of the CURE program for several years. I obviously want to thank Professor George Ude, all of our CURE faculty, all of our staff, all of our students, several of whom were here today. And that is my contact information. Please, please, please stay connected on LinkedIn and let's keep the conversation going. Professor Ude, thank you so much for convening this conference. It is credit to you that we are here, and I'm going to hand it over back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Esimai. That was an excellent presentation. And Yeah, we have come to the end of this conference, and I want to just say thank you to every one of you that stayed to the end. You know, at the third annual CURE conference took time and labor to plan, but we have realized our goals. This is recorded and can continue to be accessible and available to as many people as would want to hear what was discussed. So at this point in time, I thank my team at DNALC Nigeria. You are the best. You are the best. I want to thank every one of you. I can't go name by name because of time, but the Deputy Director, Michael Okoro, thank you so much for your leadership at DNALC. My executive assistant, Precious, and others that are there. Chikezie, your media lead is amazing. You know, Florence Mbodile is not here today, but we thank her for, beginning the process. I don't want to miss anybody. I have my colleagues from Godfrey Okoye University that made it to this meeting. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for being available and for what you do at Godfrey. That's making Godfrey a champion university in Nigeria. So, and Dr. Dave Miklos, how you did it, I don't know, that you're able to come and stay here till this time. I really appreciate you so much. If anybody told me you make time for this, I wouldn't have thought it's possible. But we are grateful to have you on our side in this movement. And yeah, the journey is far, but we're going to make that journey together. Thank you. I don't know if I'm forgetting the nursing department, Professor Cordelio Bizoba. Thank you so much. As we branch out from core biological science into nursing, you are showing an example that this is possible in other areas and other fields. So with that, our participants, we'll see you again next year. Yeah, we'll see you again next year. And we hope before next year that we'll be able to see you at DNALC Nigeria in Enugu State, where you would be taking a course to further improve yourself. There is a course that we're going to teach following this conference. That is CURE Practicals. For those who have made up their minds to do CURE, we're going to do a DNA barcoding course for you early next year to enable you, and you can actually register for that. I think that DNA class is already, the link is available. You can register for that course so that we show you how to go from beginning to the end. Okay, so with that, I want to say thank you. I am in the next 2 hours, I'll be taking taking a ride to JFK to travel to India, where I'll be speaking at Techno India University about CURE and some of these things that we are discussing today. So again, and again, I say thank you. We don't have a lot of time, we would have taken more questions. So between now and next year, I wish you well as you develop your research and your CURE programs. Everyone enjoy. Thank you.